for some reason, Diane Jackson Miller will ask about the reform. I'm not sure asked about it. The trend was clear. When she asked, they were trying to trap Andrew to say Mark did not sign it, so therefore, the whole British thing will come up in property in so-called prescription versus paper. Now that should have been a trend to keep us distracted from asking for the PNP manifesto light because we didn't get it all now. Now, bear in mind that Julian Robinson said yesterday that they will no longer use the organic growth to fund the 3.5. They will look other ways. Mean they are now flip-flop him again. They don't know what they're going to do. And Julian Robinson cursed out Fabian on the debate. Style woman. Like the woman was lying. Now he flip-flopped it yesterday saying he will no longer use the organic growth. Them a detour from that. Now please understand that this entire thing is a sham to distract the people. Mark Golding couldn't bring the certificate long time. He know he not have it. He couldn't present it because he never wanted to be disclosed. So why now? He flashing for the screen, knowing that the screen can pick up that little small prescription right in there. Now they keep us distracting, keep talking about Mark Golding and the birth certificate. We understand, so we have to talk about it. But understand this, there's other things that they're using to distract. Last night, Dayton Gambler post that they are leading in 47 seats and is giving thanks to soldiers and police. Now, how can you lead in 47 seats when no box can count? No, right there, so you break the law. Because if you so-called count box, you broke the law. That means if you got prison. So, what we are saying, the PNP is using a whole mass of confusion and destruction in order to try to land this election. They are running scared. And in order to do it, the more misinformation they can put out there is better for them. Mark Golding birth certificate came out right on time in the election. Why? They keep us talking about Mark Golding and birth certificate.
No birth certificate came out.
That is just my view. And it's not and for me it is total because I went back and I did a research on 1965 birth certificate and me can't find out what like Mark Golding one. Me have scored the whole internet and me can't find none. Nothing look like that. Nothing at all like that. And if Mark Golding thinks we are idiot, let Mark Golding know so we can dig up in parents them, go up on social media and get them bio and we show you when them born and when they have their first picnic and name and them picking them. So unless he can scour the whole internet. Because in all to do. Go ahead, sir.
A fucking white boy wanna come rule over black people? It's mad.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, ruler.
Let me,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, man, 2 lakhs. Based on the topic that I've been listening you guys on, right? Let me tell you something that is not true. The birth certificate and the certification of Mark Golding is not true. It's a political scam. And let me tell you why. If Mark Golding had an Jamaica birth certificate, right? His parliamentarians, his members of parliament, the PNP candidates, would have bashed the Jamaica Labour Party long time ago from the time that issue came up. From the moment that issue came up, they would have shammed that and turned that down and come out and say, I have witnessed his birth certificate, me see that and all of those stuff. So obviously it has been kept from the PNP all this time up until Thursday night. You get what I'm saying?
Later. Do not forget, 15 months later.
15 months later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is one aspect. The other aspect is that Mark Golding, as I hear the gentleman was talking earlier on, God's adopted, about the enslavement of our race by his race of people. There is no doubt about that. And the bad thing about it is that there are house slaves who are willing to try to keep the slaves who are on the outside under greater oppression. You understand? And those are the candidates of the People's National Party. They don't love Jamaica. They don't love Jamaicans. They don't love us.
But
They
Dulax,
yes.
I hear a clipping, and when you say the whole slaves, I hear a clipping with Damian Crawford on a platform, and I'm going to ask this question, saying that Andrew don't know what it is to have two pair of shoes, one name school shoes. Now, I ask the question, out of Andrew Holness and Mark Golding, which of them is more likely to have grown up with only two pair of shoes and them foot?
Well,
Mark
that
Gold-
the one I see him
Mark
think me I consider. May I say, how
Mark Gold-
comes a
Mark
person?
Gold-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is that to give you substantial because he had asked, technically it's based on what I was talking about that he asked that question, you know. So I'm answering.
We want to hear
Right.
from you, Tulax. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is that Damian Crawford is a dynamic house slave. You know? He has become a dynamic house slave. This is not about policy for the People's National Party. It's about winning. You get what I mean? And by all means necessary, they want to win at all costs. Even if it goes against their dignity. Right now, if Damian Crawford gets a challenge that if he cuts his locks, we all vote for PNP tomorrow, he'll take one for the team. That's how lacking of integrity or responsibility they are. They just want to win. You understand? And they're spending a lot of money, believe me, and a little bit of money PNP has spent in this election. And as far as they're concerned, they cannot afford to lose this election because all of those money, they're not going to have a way of finding them back. And the only way to get them back is off the backs of the poor people, the hardworking people. That is the only way they are going to get it back. They have
And let's not forget,
billions.
let's not forget the
not
investment in the local government either. Remember, they still forget about the ones they're spending.
Right. So it's not, you understand? It's not a matter of millions, you know, it's hundreds of millions. It's past the $1 billion bracket that they have been spending, campaigning to become the next leader for Jamaica. But at the end of the day,
Offering bribes, too, sir. Offering bribes. We know of some cases where they're offering bribes.
Yes, that's what they're doing. That's the major part of it. That's the primary part of their campaign. Bribing people, trying to talk people into believing to them, paying people, giving people substantial amount of money or to make a promise. But thinking about it is that
$100 million to one person to give them the election.
they are willing to do that. No, look at this now. They would come and say that here's what. When we win this election, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Okay, we appreciate you making the effort to do some additional stuff or make some changes if you see it fit. But at the end of the day, what is the cost of that? How does it affect us? You understand? What new taxes will be there? How much interest rate will go up to? You understand? Those are the critical questions that they fail to answer. They're not telling the Jamaican people that when we impose a percent sure, we're gonna attack to eat flow. Additional tax to ports. They are that. We're going
Your internet problem, bad, bro.
enough. Oh, sorry, where I'm at, the signal isn't all that strong. And they're not explaining all of those stuff. Remember, what's the minister, their finance minister say, what's his name, Julian, say that well, it's a political stunt. We don't really give the numbers while we're campaigning, you know. we talk the things that we know because we need to win. And when we win, we work things out after. That's their approach. And this Jamaica don't need that approach. That's what they used to do. They run this thing for 18 years and they run it to wreck. History.
They run with it approach.
Right.
They run with
History.
it approach. Put us in and we'll fix it.
Yeah. History speaks magnitude. History speaks magnitude. My old people them used to tell me, say, first impression last. You understand? My old people them used to tell me, say, leopards never changes their spots. You understand? At the same PNP them. At least this set of PNP was than the PNP that I was a part of.
These are Rise United. Risers, we call them.
No, they're not risers, sir. Sizzla Kalonji's strongest song says, rise to the occasion. Look at yourself. You know you're strong. No one can stop
Fallers United.
These are fallers. You understand?
What Sam PG call them? Congrats. The Congrats.
Comrades.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
comrades.
So they're united. They're falling united. They're falling together. That's what.
Hold on, your land too, laps. Come on, get back to Daddy Chuck, please, and just want get them do as much like
On
how
that-
them
on-
like.
Yeah, man. On that note, I can close. But let me just say, I have never witnessed a leader in Jamaica like the Right Honorable Andrew Michael Holness. Oh, I forgot the doctor part. Understand? And let me tell you something. There was a time I didn't have respect for Andrew Holness. I didn't. I was just a person viewing the Labour Party and viewing Mr. Holness as just another corrupt leader. Believe me, this gentleman, I respect him. That man earned my respect.
Same here too, lad. Same here.
As a man, I can tell us I love Andrew Holness. And me no batty man. You understand? Me no funny man. So I don't know funny talk me I make for say me love Andrew Holness. It's because me respect him. Me love the fact that him reach out and resonate with the people of Jamaica. Him walk barefoot. Him walk in any crowd. Him go a market, Coronation Market, any market, any shop, side shop.
Drink super roadside, young people.
Super roadside. You name it, Mr. Holness is a part of Jamaica. Him grew up in the same struggle what we grew up in. Me a 44 and him probably 9 years older than me. The same struggle what me grew up in, him grew up in it too.
So I understand poor people struggle.
No poor people struggle. I only understand him no because he was a part of it. And they hate the fact that such a poor boy becomes such a dynamic human being. Loved by the world.
If somebody see a good fruit on a tree and him decide perfume tree and him decide to give you the one that worm in a, that mean to say him not rate you, you see me, him feel like that you deserve. You see me, I pity him, I pity you. And I same thing me can say about the land because government have so much lands. And then now you go and treat the people them like really slave is like a modern day slavery this year. And it's like them a pity you. You gotta tell the people them see your swampland because that's what they think that the people them deserve and they don't them not realize say yo this a man that they bring them back straight back to the slavery days. It's like a pity you know for freedom. A pity you know for that piece of land over yes or for you know. You see me and them not look into it and say yo this a man and not rate them. You see me? And at them the same set of people they don't them they run back at him like say yo oh him a go do so much good for Jamaica. Oh a man go and do good for you if you know see no better for you more than a piece of swampland. So much there's so much in our shop me care about the swampland The swamp land is that me I look on it and him I see that people deserve. You see me? And that you deserve. PNP them dunce, bro, G. You see me? In a real life, yo. I'm sorry for them, but we are go backwards. If they ever put in that brother here, are we back? The economy going to crash, everything going to just get fucking at Jamaica. You see me? Crime rate going to lift up 20 times what it is right now. You see me? If them ever put in that big old full boy there.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Sonny. Morning, everybody. Morning.
Yes. Once
Hold on, I didn't want Chuck land first, no, because Chuck never get
Make Chuck go on.
Yeah, do go on daddy, Chuck.
Yeah, man, go ahead. Sonny, me there, man. Go make ruler go on, man. Me there, man.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Ruler.
Firstly, good morning. And Sonny, congratulations on the hard work you've been putting out. We've seen it. And I know the day.
And by the way, Sonny, make sure you have one table and wait for we Sunday, you know.
No send up to my daddy, man. I want all the way I go link up one place Sunday.
And brother Chuck, see all the good work you're doing too, you know, so I just want to big up for that. Let me say this. I'm in my 70s. In a couple of months, I'll be 71. Yesterday marks 50 years from when I left Jamaica as a little youth, 21-year-old, went to Boston, did my bachelor's and master's degree, and lived in the States. I have a dual citizenship, as I've said. Lived in the States for 47 years. 3 years ago, I decided to move back to Jamaica. I'm living on the North Coast in...
no, you have to talk aware, because PNP serious.
No, yeah. I'm not saying specifically, and I appreciate that. But just to say that I'm in Mr. Bobby Montague's community. I've known Bobby Montague for 40 years. And it's unfortunate some of the names that have come up in some of these discussions that I currently despise, like the Diane Jackson Miller. She's interviewed me 3 times on RGR. And I can go on and on and on. I want to bring forth something though, and I'm going to ask you guys to help me with this. In getting my recent Jamaican passport, which was 3 years ago, because I was going to make a video and put it up, but I started because the part I'm going to ask you guys, and I know man like Joshua may know and Chuck. Let me just continue. In that, when I decided to move back here, I had to get my Jamaican passport. Now, again, I was born in 1954, and the birth certificate that I had then is that long, slim one that runs horizontally. So that was from way back.
That 8x3 strip.
Precisely.
The one that look like a receipt.
You know what I'm talking about. So, what happened now? I remember I had to go through a process to get my new birth certificate, the blue one, in order to get my Jamaican passport. And the question I have, Mark Golding, I think I've heard Joshua mention that, for him to get his diplomatic passport, he had to apply using his Jamaican credentials. My question then is, when he did all of that, can anybody say which year that was? Because wouldn't he have to have in his position the blue birth certificate? I was a little confused in the timeline when that transitioned to be that blue one. Because when I lived in the States, I didn't follow the politics to this level. And I've been involved in Jamaica, as some of you guys have known, that over the past 15 years, I've awarded over 1,000 scholarships, 105 million Jamaican dollars. And many of the politicians you guys talk about speak at our awards presentation at Pegasus. But I despise how some of them behaving, from the Damien Crawfords. I can go on and on and on and on, you know. So can anybody say, wouldn't he have that blue birth certificate at the time he had applied for his diplomatic passport?
Tucky, over.
Yes, he would have.
Tucky, over to you.
He would have to have it.
Yeah. Yes, he would have.
He would.
Go ahead.
He would have to have that.
Yeah, so the question, why did he produce that one on the night of the
as well?
Ruler,
Yes, sir.
let me ask you something. Have you ever heard a dog meow yet?
I didn't hear you there, Josh.
Have you ever heard a dog meow?
Oh, exactly. Well, maybe.
All right, morning. I know I just come up, but if you know want me to share my experience with that bird paper thingy.
Hold on. We will let you share it, but I still want Ruler to answer the question. As ironic as it sounds. Have you ever heard a dog meow?
Well, maybe Mr. Golding is the only one that probably could ever produce that type of sound. I don't know. I certainly have never heard a dog meow.
Tulaks, have you ever heard a dog meow?
No.
Christopher?
No, I can't recall.
Christopher?
No, I can't recall your dog. No.
One thing, have you ever heard a dog meow?
No.
Top dollar. Have you ever heard a dog meow?
I tell you like me, when you see Satan scramble.
Yeah. That's an old saying.
An old Chinese dog.
That's an old school saying.
All right.
Well, that dog is related to Mark Golding.
Exactly.
That makes it, man. The only one. Yeah, man.
Mark Golding don't really have a plan for Jamaica.
Mark Golding, there are two things Mark Golding cannot do. I mean, there are other things, but these specific things. One, he cannot produce an authentic Jamaican birth certificate because just like a dog cannot meow, he doesn't have a Jamaican birth certificate, an authentic one.
But
Yes.
not even that, my brother.
Hold on.
If you're born in a community, listen. If you're born in a community, right?
Hold on, my friend. The other thing Mark Golding cannot do, Mark Pinocchio Golding cannot speak the truth because it's impossible for him to do. It's like how the devil will never get baptized. Mark Pinocchio Golding cannot speak the truth because he doesn't know the meaning of truth.
Let me say something towards that. If you're born in a district, right, you gotta have people know so you're born in your community. You're gonna have nanny, you're gonna have church people, you're gonna have community people know so you're born in another district that they can identify you. How come nobody not jump up and say, yeah, me used to hold him America baby. Me know so don't say I'm born. You know, Jamaican people like say, yeah, at the house where I'm born. I know we used to take care of him when he's born. Remember when his mother have the baby and the water cut and they deliver him on that day. Nobody not jump up and say that because Jamaican people know everything and into everything.
Well, like how you said that now, Mark Golding will run some money.
Already.
Like how you said that now, Mark Golding will run some money and make somebody come voucher and say, yes, me used to hold him as a baby, you know.
No, all those persons done died already.
Me say, Mark Golding will magically find out hold somebody in the community and pay them and say, listen me. You know, I used to time nappy and give an elaborate story. You remember like how I'm telling us him meet his wife, Sandra, at turntable. Remember that? And he gave the details when he was in Florida. An elaborate details. But prior to that, he gave the story, which so happens to be the true story, that he met her in Augustown. Because the truth is, his father was in Augustown, and Sandra, his wife, Mrs. Golding, all respect to her. Now I go down the nasty road where I'm going down, right? Mrs. Golding was the helper, the daughter for the helper. And Mark was an older man at the time, and Mrs. Golding was a teenager.
Wow.
That right there. Right? And that is how we met her. But he went to Florida and gave an elaborate story that he went to turntable and that's where he met her.
So basically, him is a child molester.
I never said it, sir. I never.
Pedophile that, you know, so the way the man move on look, man.
We're not going to say that. Make it just rest that part there, please.
I said about white people. I mean, I love white people. I not care about them.
Yeah.
I say something. I'm gonna say it. So many kids me. Like, them man and them are going to KFC and so one big piece, one 21 piece bucket and feel like they want to take you up and move there. I make a be one piece, popcorn, chicken, kids meal. What do you make? When I tell her, come like, why them big man there in another party then I buy 121 piece, one big bucket of chicken. Why make a be a kids meal and popcorn chicken?
That's I love date and Campbell, so.
Birds of a feather Birds of a feather. Birds of a feather.
All of them flock together, man, and then they now one big bone and a orange tree.
You know.
Remember people trouble Dumpling son, and Dumpling did nothing about it. If it was me and you with our prison right now, not true, Sonny?
Yeah.
That's true that.
But you know me, you know, I never have a love or a like for Mark Golding for a couple of reasons. Mark Golding do not respect the flag of Jamaica. Mark Golding do not respect the law, by the law, or not Jamaican. You see what I see him do when I tap the debate? Make me more discuss of him. Can you come out and tell me, you know, a big businessman like you, a big lawyer man like you, come out, come show that the paper say I brought paper. A tree copy me change out. Me change out from the first one on that time. I change from the white one until me have the next one. Every time they change, me change. I mean, in no category like my Golding.
Hey, Christopher, may I say something? I mean, hear Joshua said, if I'm not Joshua, I think I choke. But I think I Joshua. May I say something to you? I mean, I tell you this. Right now, me and my GUS sit down here, sir. The man, they have one heap of brother who are English. Me have one heap of family who are English. And me can't tell you. None of them never get a... No, let me tell you something. I'm going to say this again. How can Mark Golding be a Jamaican and him have an English passport before he have one of it? Which Jamaican can get an English passport before you have a Jamaican passport? Because members say, man tell us, say, when him a 40 add in him change over to a Jamaican passport. The whole way as Jamaican, the first passport you get, no one big blue book.
Yeah.
So how comes a bar in Jamaica? How come me? Me have so much English family. More one of my uncle can go up and when they come and them have to make me get one England passport. Because you're Jamaican and can't get England passport. Oh, we don't have one. More one English book too. No one. We are go up there. We are going to demonstrate for the English book. Because Mark Golding get English book as a Jamaican before he get a Jamaican one. You know? So how comes it can't happen for me and Joshua them and the whole of it? Like, we should have full English book. How comes that?
What is Mark Golding?
Can I make a small statement before one thing give his comment or stuff?
And make Ruler finish his point after you finish. Just say what you have to say and make Ruler finish his point.
Okay. In spite of all the things that is happening, my Labourite families, both in the comment lines and tapping the screen lines and all of that, don't feel laden heavy. Mr. Holness is not going to lose this election. You understand? The Jamaica Labour Party will not be losing this election. And so it be that impossible thing becomes possible and we lose. The world is gonna hate us. The wider world is gonna abandon Jamaica.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? Africa will abandon Jamaica.
Exactly.
The entire black society of the rest of the world is going to abandon Jamaica. Take it as I tell you. But that's not going to happen. Not in this part of the century of time. All right? So just have confidence in your brothers and sisters. Know that we're going to go out and vote. And we're going to win the 63 seats. In the name of...
Okay.
That's reaching.
All right. So I'm just going to say my final thoughts and then come off. Josh, thanks for that opening. Let me say this again, you know, myself as a local ghetto youth, I am so proud to be a Jamaican. The Prime Minister tried to make a point the other night that you can claim to be a Jamaican, but you're not a Jamaican. I don't think that people look at the context of what the Prime Minister was saying in terms of all the different things that this man has not done to be proud to be a Jamaican. And that's why I say for me, you know, I call this place paradise. I was talking to
Sonny. Sonny, what?
You with the big scream.
Sonny, where you there?
Respect, you know. There, how them there? You one of the brother?
Where you there?
Yo, I want to do that.
Sonny, where you there?
Today I'm yard, man. What go on? Where you do?
I wouldn't have called you from morning, brother. You know, see we on the app for last night.
Boy, this morning me and Kizzy did the live and then block me.
I know that's the plans, Sonny.
No, man. I remember some of the day I work, you know, some left work at such time. Is it?
Now, man, remember, I saw the place, everybody, Sonny have to pick your place. You have to prepare your place.
So, man, tomorrow, man, what are we link up, man?
You have to get some rest, Sonny.
Yes, I set up a little tent with that table.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a Sunday job. You can't leave in place. Man, hold it down until Sunday.
Yeah, man, Sunday a different thing, man. But yeah, Plank, big up on yourself, man. We love that. Hey, now go and do your work. Go and do your work.
All right, sir.
All right.
Big man, we give you an armband. We give you 100 already.
I
Yeah.
Holy share. This is the new bridge. We get Andrew Bridge, we can get it. We can name it after him soon. We can name it after him soon.
Okay,
Progress
so
on pipeline, man.
let me just wrap it up and say that I would encourage people like Sonny, the Squitties, the neighbors, you guys.
Yes, man.
And let me say, for me, I have learned so much over the last 9 months by listening. I've listened. I don't want to call names because I'm going to leave out some of you guys.
I think I would give me one playing.
Sonny, you may have to temporarily mute Chuck so that ruler can land.
Yeah, man, go ahead, Roland. Sorry.
Yeah, man. And I'm just trying to give some credits and some credentials to people like Joshua speaks quite eloquently, knows the issues and the work that I see Sonny doing, the munches, the chops and so forth. I learned from you guys. And that's why I was able to convert 2 PNP out of the ghetto when we come from up a Jarrett Lane there. Sit down with them and explain to them, because these guys, again, it's a hard-edged PNP place and they all having grain in them head. They don't know nothing else to think and offer reason thing out. And I've recently converted 2 of them. It's not official yet until they vote. Just by explaining some of the simple things that they just take for granted, by this against Bogart and them thing there. And I said, no, you have to educate yourself. You know, I bring the introduction of hearts to them. When I came here 3 years ago, I was doing around the house, and I had him here one day to do some work. And the impression I get from him, boy, now I do the work. And I said, big man, you can go to heart and learn some of the basics in terms of professionalism, be efficient and them thing there. And the man said, man, I'll do it. And when I spoke to him yesterday, he was saying to me, Ruler, he wished he had listened to me, because one of his other friends went to heart, and he's now a big supervisor in a major establishment here in Jamaica. And I said, that's what it is. The JLP are providing opportunities, and you have to take a hold of that. Don't look for a handout now, getting away, but for a day or two. And that's what I try to do, let them know that's the most important thing. Let me say this, when I went to the States doing engineering, I was homeless for 3 days there in the States doing engineering. I graduated at the top 2% of my class. And how I started the scholarship program, because I know from Jarrett Lane, where I came from, the lot of ghetto youth up there. I first gave scholarships out of my own pocket in the year 2000 to students from up there. I gave $6 million to 25 students. And when this little 18-year-old was brutally unalived in Bridgeport, that's when I started my scholarship program. And the scholarship program, I've provided opportunities, the key opportunities for many of these students who are now moving, who have now moved on. Some are working in England as doctors. Some of them are studying brain surgery work. So opportunity is the key. If I had given one of those kids $3,000, then they would probably still dip on the corner. I try to look for an extra $3,000. Just like what Damien Crawford did the other day, rather than dip on the street side, halfway through, I showed them off a wash class screen. He should have pulled them one side and said, youth, we are better for you. There's a place called Heart. Go there and learn a skill and let's move on. So I just want to say, big up to all of you, because I personally have learned a lot. I am proud to be a Jamaican, and I am confident, I've been saying the last 6 weeks, that the JLP will win 53 seats. I'm sorry, 52 seats to 11 to the PNP. And believe you me, from what I'm seeing on these recent polls, it could be a bigger blow than one would think. So big up on yourself and stay safe and say, well, just grab a person. I personally, along with 21 of my neighbors, will be going to the polling station. We're going in a couple of vehicles, and we all will be voting for Bobby Montague. Big up on yourself.
So my follow-up to that before the next person come on, thank you, Ruler, is that, and I've been saying this on every live that I've been on for the last 2 days, that whenever you're finished voting, if you choose to take the photo off your finger to say, yes, I voted, do that. But just remember that the work just begins. Just go and look for everybody who you can look for. Everyone who has a vehicle, send them to go and pick up that old lady, that young man who had promised to vote, because young people will love you, you know. But when they see the masses turning out, they may say, boy, JLP win already and don't come out. So you have to go and look for them and dig them out and carry them out. PNP is planning on doing that, plus they are paying people already not to vote. I got word last night that one person was offered $10,000 in Westmoreland to stay home. So we have to push against that. So that's it. And finally, I heard Dayton talking about $15 million and saying what he said, people want money, and the essence he was promoting, that's my understanding, he was promoting buying votes, and we have to push back against that, man. We have to push back against it. Over to you, sir.
That is why, Uncle Joshua, I don't like when them hype up with numbers, and even though bullet poll is, I don't like it. I want them to put us on the down side, because you see young people, you see one sense you say Andrew lose, and because you have a lot of young people that is undecided, but they don't want the other side in power. So what if they see that we're losing, it will push them more to go out on the day and vote. Because you have a lot of young people who don't want Mark Golding in power, but they don't want to vote. So, like, what if they see that, no, we're on the verge of losing, and they know they don't want Mark Golding in power, they will go out and vote. So, right now, I don't like the idea of the poll and push it up. Put we back down at the bottom. Put we back down there.
But that could be on the flip side, because some people in my community, the young youth, them don't want to be with the losing team. So once them see the team apparently winning, they're gonna push more and go. Some people just know how to team.
Thank you, people. Good guy. I am back. That was a quick link up with a few laborers on the chat, you know.
What you say? You're black? You say you're black, Chuck?
We are not winning this election until every single vote.
Play a video. I'm gonna play a video regarding something.
Lara, let Chucky finish, and you know, so that we can all benefit from what everyone has to say.
We all vote. Every single vote.
One thing has been with.
Every single vote have to go in the back.
Yeah.
So, is that we cannot afford to. I believe the complacency cost us 2011, because everybody thought we had already won, so people could have relaxed. We are not going to make that mistake this time. We never made that mistake in 2016. We never make it in 2020, and we are not going to do it again. Every single person who can vote must go vote. Must go vote. And the only way we can keep them hands off of the till. I said before, so I was asking, we are going to change in Jamaica if PNP win. Proven is going to become one of the strongest financial company around the world.
Yes.
That is the only thing that will change. A struggling company is going to move to the top, because they're going to funnel every single dollar into it. They did it before when it was called DB&G, and now then just change it to Proven, and it's gonna do the very same thing. Use it to funnel out taxpayers' money, right? And we have to prevent them from doing that.
Chucky, you miss another company, which is one of your farmer company. You have to mention that.
No, I'm not call the name. When you call the name 3 times, then get stronger. I devil them, so they work. You call the name 3 times, then get strong. Right. But I was down in the belly of the beast just yesterday, you know. And I can tell you, say, them relevance is fading. Them relevance is fading, and very soon they'll be just a distant memory of something we used to have. Right? But we're not gonna make complacency cause us another election. I believe it caused us one in 2011 and set back the development of this country by about 10 years. So we're not, as labor rights, we're not gonna do it. No labor right, I go sit down and no bar this time and no go there. Right? We're gonna join. And one of the gifts, believe it or not, one of the gifts where the PNP gave to us this cycle was that protest that they have at Hero Circle. That is one of the gifts that they gave to us. People look on and see those people and say, well, I can't make them people go vote for me. So me have to go. And I believe that those persons that does that protest ignite some well-thinking Jamaicans. Not labor right, not PNP, but some well-thinking Jamaicans who normally shy away from the process. That protest in Hero Circle, yes. That protest in Hero Circle ignite them to say, no, can't strong this time. And make them the people that make a decision. Aye.
Who was the champion? Andrew. Who was the big man? Andrew. Who run the island? Andrew. Who got the best plan? Andrew. All right. Labor. Go. Sunday. Wicked. Labor rights, labor rights. Well, now.
Guys, thank you for all the gifts, guys. But I'm so up and down, guys. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. You know, anyway, Prime Minister turn up, guys, it's always wrong. So me I try to find a space, guys.
Check. Labor. All right, everybody. No. Shout. I want you this morning to welcome into the market district. First of all, Delroy Chuck, give Delroy a big hand. William, a big hand for William. Delana Sivray, Corey Bunkley, Ruel Smith, Kevin Fritz, welcome, William Pastor. And leading the team is none other than our Prime Minister and Party Leader, Holness. So without any further ado, I am going to ask our Prime Minister and Party Leader to address the crowd. Let's have a big shower, Saturday morning welcome for Holness.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, the people of Westmoreland, for your loyalty and support of the Jamaica Labour Party. I want you to know that you have a special place in my heart. I want you to know that your party loves and appreciates you. And we cannot have an election campaign without coming to you, the people of Westminster. Where I'm standing is the largest market district in Jamaica. More people earn their living here than in any other economic endeavor in Jamaica. This is the economic heartbeat of the corporate area and probably indeed all of Jamaica. Your government knows that this area is in need of significant investments. We know about the sewage problem of an aged sewage network which is over 100 years. Some of it would have collapsed and caused you great inconvenience. But you know that we have started the work, and I want you to know that in our third term, all of that will be corrected. I am aware because my constituency, which is your sister constituency, is also affected by low and sometimes unreliable water supply and pressure. That is again caused by aged infrastructure. Some of these pipes have been made 80 years ago. They are encrusted, they are broken, and some of them have collapsed. We have started the work to replace those pipes. But more than that, we have started the work to reap from the way
This is
of
not
over
St. Mary, guys. This is
15 million
downtown.
gallons of water to bring into the corporate area so that the unreliable and oftentimes low water pressure will be addressed. You can be assured of this in our third term.
Yes. Yes.
West Kingston and indeed this area represent some of the oldest residential communities in Kingston and indeed the wider corporate area. The housing stock here has depreciated in many respects. Urban blight is a problem. But you would have seen what this administration has started in Rasta City. You would have seen what we have started in Denham Town with 30-odd housing being built with Victoria Palms. In our third term, we will expand this to take care of all the communities that are now in total disrepair in terms of your housing stock. We will expand the new social housing program and deal with more big yards and tenement yards. We believe that the Jamaican people should have access to proper housing. We have done some investments in the market to rehabilitate, to deal with the leaking roofs and so forth. More investments has to be done, but there must be a total reform and rebuilding of the market area, and that will be a major focus for us in the third term. I want you to know that your government and your party does not take your loyalty and support for granted. We love you, we respect you, we have done a lot, and we will continue to do more for you. The Jamaica Labour Party is working for you. We are moving towards prosperity for every single Jamaican. God bless you. Love you. Remember, beside the Jamaica Labour Party. God bless you. Love you.
West Kingston is here with you, neck and neck, toe to toe. Alright? Remember Spanish Town tomorrow night, Alright? You know, put us about West Kingston and I'm going to play one song after the MP. We can't play one song, not even one song. One song, no. Team it up. Let me play one song for the winning team now. Ready to go, see we go.
stay with me, guys. Remember, we're going on a tour today, guys. So we're downtown right now, guys, but we're going into Portland.
All candidates get back into your vehicles now. All candidates get back into the vehicles now. All candidates get back in your vehicles now.
Portland. Yeah, right now.
Spanish town, whatever go Boulevard to the top.
Situation where the police is reporting that there were a number of bomb threats. By evening, there was circulating on social media a release or some picture, with the General Secretary of the People's National Party suggesting that some exit poll shows the People National Party leading in 47 constituencies. Now, that turns out to be false. The Electoral Office of Jamaica has put out a statement on that. And then we had the Blue Dot polls released last night, suggesting that the Jamaica Labour Party holds a 13 percentage point lead in the electoral, in terms of voter intention, which clearly suggests that the Jamaica Labour Party draws dropper. I'd love to talk to you, sir. You're a draws dropper? Oh, wow. What a name. I tell you, that is some name. Now, the poll results are not surprising to me. If you listen to this program, we have been consistently projecting an over 40-seat win for the Jamaica Labour Party. And what Blue Dot would have done last night is confirmed what we have been saying for 6 months. So when we started this journey more than 6 months ago, we have discussed so many things. We have built somewhat of a friendship, and it may come to an end in a few days' time. We started this to discuss the politics. I felt at the time when I got involved that the story of Jamaica's success was not being told properly. And so I entered. I turned on my camera and I felt that I could contribute. And here we are, 3 days out of the election. I don't know whether or not we will continue after the election. It depends on the listeners. If the listeners that this is something that they would support, that they would want to continue listening to, then we will consider. The fact of the matter is that the program has been largely political. In other words, we have mostly or mainly discussed politics as it relates to the upcoming election. The program has been predominantly political. Other issues have taken, kind of a backseat in this political environment. That's what the program is called, Politics Plus. And the reason why we added the plus was because within the political discourse, there are always additional things. Now, with the politics coming to an end, Politics Plus maybe a little bit, outdated, if not, I wouldn't say irrelevant. But who discusses politics one year into a second term. And so here we are having to evaluate how we have done, what we have done, and how will we do this. Should we continue, or should we just, pack up because we would have done our job? I hope that those of you who listen to us would have learned something. I don't know that we would have influenced the election in any way. I think we have facilitated discussions and opened the surmise. And therefore, I think we would need to, over the next couple of days, to discuss the future. Yes, the future. As I say, I sense a calm over Jamaica. I think that many people have a sense that the government is going to win, although the votes are not yet in the box. But I sense that the People's National Party is heading for a certain defeat, and therefore the anxiety that I sensed yesterday and last week is no longer there. The Blue Dot polls would have reassured labor rights and would have picked up sentiments unpolled and would have brought that into the public light. I don't think many people were surprised that the Labour Party is ahead. For even Don Anderson last week polled that the PNP was stagnant and that the Labour Party would have gained 9 points over a year. I think that in looking at the debates, I have not... Mute your mic, young man, please. I think that I have withheld calling any of the debates because I don't want people to say neighbor say, because, when you do that, people tend to use what you have said to form their own conclusions. And I want them to have formed those conclusions by themselves. I will say this though, that having thought about the debates, that I think there was consternation coming out of Thursday. And Navi, I think Navi, if you're listening, I'd like to speak to you about this. There was consternation. And I think that Mark Golding lost votes on Thursday. So I was saying to you that I'm not going to call any of the debates. What I will say is that there was consternation on Thursday and that Golding lost votes. For I don't think Golding understands, Mark, that although he is trying to prove that he is a Jamaican born here, what he did on Thursday is being ridiculed. And to date, Jamaicans are not sure. And that is a fundamental point, you know. Why are people not sure that Golding is a Jamaican? Why? Why is it, why is it difficult to prove where you were born? Why is that a difficulty? It's a non, it's really, it is a, you know, words are failing me here. Why is this an issue in the election? Why has Golding not settled this issue? Yes, definitively. And what he did there on the stage on Thursday adds layers to the perception of deception. And then you listen to Nadine Spence, a university lecturer, and Nadine is saying, that Golding is not trustworthy, right? And so you don't know what to believe. Yes, I think that many Jamaicans watching on Thursday empathized more with Holness. They identified more with him. And you know, if you are going to attack a leader of the caliber of Holness, you have to be careful, you know. And you know, I think if the PNP loses this election, if they lose, because the election is not yet won, a lot will be said about how they went after Holness. Was that a good strategy? And you know, the post-mortem is not going to start today. But I hear that already there are divisions in the party as to the strategy. Because it has been brutal. It has been consistent. And it was on full display on Thursday. And I found it distasteful. I don't think Holness is beyond criticism. But I think that the PNP, led by Golding, may have gone too far. When you begin to include someone's family, yes, and you start talking about his wife, Jamaicans don't like that. Yes, especially when you're doing it to someone that they identify with. And you know, this empathy that I talk about is going to be on full display on Wednesday. the empathy that I talk about, the feeling that Holness has been unfairly targeted, yes, is going to be on display. Because the PNP just went too far. You are well within your right to ask questions of the Prime Minister's certification. You're well within your right. As a matter of fact, opposition parties are watchdogs. Opposition parties ought to highlight these issues. But when you have Damian, Dayton, the leader himself, the entire party pounding this issue relentlessly, day after day after day after day after day. And even when the evidence does not support what they are saying, for example, the 28 bank accounts, that has been disproven, yet in a public national debate, the leader puts it back to the Prime Minister. And the man you see there on the stage holds the highest office in the land. He's the chairman of CARICOM, recognized across the world as a progressive leader. And the leader of the opposition could not even find the decency to refer to him as Prime Minister. Andrew. People don't like that. You know? He's the Prime Minister of Jamaica. He's in a debate. And you don't have the respect to call him the Prime Minister or even Mr. Holness. Jamaicans don't like that. And you know, I could spend 30 minutes psychoanalyzing this and telling you why it's going to hurt the PNP. Because I don't think Mr. Golding understands the culture. The culture, Mr. Golding. I don't think you understand the culture and what is identity. Many Jamaicans identify with Holness. Imawanawi. Mark Golding is working on identifying with Jamaicans. It's not natural. His job over the last 4 years is to prove that Imawanawi. Holness no need to prove that. Born in a board house in Spanish Town, his mother a civil servant, his father a farmer, went to St. Catherine Primary. You know where St. Catherine Primary is? In the heart of Spanish Town. Poor people picnic go this out. Coming up to you, Navi. A poor people picnic go a Spanish Town Primary. Took the common entrance and go to St. Catherine High School. You know where St. Catherine High School there? Just off Johns Road. round there so. Rich people no live round there so. And rich people picking no go to St. Catherine High School. Nor Spanish Town Primary. This is the Jamaican story. The Jamaican story is a story of struggle. Many of us I come from pit latrine. Wear barefoot, go to school. They have no lunch money. And we work hard and we study hard and we take out this and we come up to be who we are. Holness don't need to prove that. This is his life. And this is what most Jamaicans know. We don't know the Topanaris thing, you know. We resent this nonsense, this Topanaris thing, you know, brethren. We don't like people talk down to we. And for you to go on stage in front of Jamaicans and talk down to this brother is a mistake, sir. That was a profound mistake. And it does not mean that you do not have a right to ask appropriate questions. You are in a competition with the Prime Minister to be leader. But you don't understand, Mr. Golding, that the people of Jamaica see you as a British man. You may very well be Jamaican. I'm not questioning that. I've never questioned it. But the perception, sir, is that you are no one away. You have to be proving it. You have to take your birth certificate to a debate to prove that you are a Jamaican. And you're not bright enough to understand that, you see, the People's National Party have campaigned to comrades. That's why they are losing the election. Yeah. And they may very well lose badly, you know. Because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why would they have pursued this strategy. It's a failed strategy. Because you cannot lead a people without understanding their culture. You cannot lead a people that you don't identify with. And I can tell you this, if Holness and Golding stands in any crowd, the people are going to naturally gravitate to Holness. That's identity. And as I said this morning, I could spend 1 hour talking to you about how important identity and culture is as far as empathy is concerned. Many Jamaicans don't vote on issues, you know. They don't vote on issues. It's how they feel about you. If it were so, Portia couldn't win no election in Jamaica. But the people identified with her. A girl from Woodall. Jamaicans love that. You know, see how we treat graduations in Jamaica. When one of our, I remember when I passed, right? When I passed to go to Homewood, it come out in the Gleaner. The community celebrated. Yes, because one of them, one little boy from the country, passed to go to high school. In other words, they identify with your success. They like that. So a man who is struggling to prove his his connection with Jamaicans to the point where he has to take his birth certificate to a national debate to hold it up. And you think you're doing something nice there, Mr. Mark Golding? No. No, because if you go on social media, no, it is being ridiculed. People are saying it's a prescription. By the way, I don't know that you could get a passport with that piece of paper. That's a Jamaican birth certificate. I'm not so sure. I've seen it has muddied the water even further. But the point I'm making is that because you have had, look at how you dance, look at how you talk. It is inauthentic. And I have no problem with Golding being a British. I have no problem with that. As I have said, if I am looking a man to do an operation on me, I couldn't care what his race is. I am a person of competence. You show competence, and Golding is competent. But I think he lacks the political skills. And I think that he has been misguided and misadvised. And I think he is going to suffer politically for it. What he did on Thursday, he's going to suffer politically for it. That's my view. I think so. I think Holness would have touched the hearts of Jamaicans. You know, they feel sorry for. People feel sorry for him. Not because he was a victim, not because he was defeated, but because people identify with him. People not do him so. Are we brother? Are we uncle? Are we daddy? Not do him so. Yes? Not try to embarrass the Prime Minister, man. Especially because of what you are saying. A lot of it, we don't know if it's true. Anyway, we have a few days to go, as I said to you. I don't know if the show will continue beyond the elections because this is a political show. We came on to cover the election. The elections are going to be over in a few days. We will have to determine what happens to the show. I have a couple more things to say. So give me a little. So, with the Jamaica Labour Party, 13 points ahead. Let's break down what this might mean in terms of seats. The blue dot polls show the JP leading the PNP. Let us assume that this is correct. A 13% lead is going to translate into a significant majority for the Jamaica Labour Party. When you ask the people which party they think is better able to lead Jamaica, which party they would prefer, 19% lead the Labour Party. 19%. And when it comes to voter intention, in other words, will you really vote for the party? It's a 13 percentage point lead. that the Labour Party has. Recall that in 2020, the Labour Party won 49 seats. So the party sits on 49 seats with a 13 percentage point lead in the polls. So given the current lead, and these are probable numbers, we have done the statistical extrapolating, and hypothetically, it's a 45 to 50 seat majority. Okay? So, based on Blue Dot, the Labour Party is expected to win up to 50 of the seats, which means that the People's National Party can only muster 13 or 18. So the best result for the PNP based on Blue Dot is 18. The worst result according to Blue Dot would be 45. And the best result for the Labour Party is 50. But it is still speculative because we would have to be a little bit more, precise in terms of how you apply the lead to the margins of victory in the individual constituencies. Because it is not a presidential election. It is a constituency by constituency election. Right? So that's it in terms of the poll results. The Labour Party is expected to gain about 1 seat and hold on to their 49 and pick up 1 or 2. On the other hand, the PNP may be able to hold on to their 14 and they may be able to pick up an additional 4 based on the numbers that Blue Dot would have given. Let's go to Scratchy. Good morning, Scratchy.
Blessed morning, neighbor. Blessed morning, viewers.
Happy Sabbath.
Same to you, my neighbor.
Scratchy, my mathematics sounds okay?
Spot on, neighbor. Spot on. Your mathematics is definitely spot on. The same numbers that I've been getting when I come in through the numbers, neighbor.
Yes. It would be some fantastic performance should the Labour Party in a third term, Scratchy, retain government with a clear majority and expecting to even pick up seats. That would be monumental in Jamaica, Scratchy.
I mean, definitely, neighbor, and it would be a testimony. It would be a testimony of how persons are feeling about the government, neighbor, and about the economy, neighbor. If you look at this election, based on the consequential importance.
Hold on there, Scratchy. You mean how they feel about the opposition? Because if an opposition Scratchy cannot muster up, if an opposition with 14 seats is likely to lose some, then it says something about the opposition too, Scratchy.
Exactly, neighbor. But it will definitely state some form of negative, and I didn't want to dwell on the negative. So that's why I made mention of the government to spoke more about the positive.
Okay.
So when I see a government like this, neighbor, going into a third term, neighbor, election are so consequential as this, neighbor. When you look at it, neighbor, and you see the momentum and the energy that is coming towards the Jamaica Labour Party, it's definitely based on the government performance. It's definitely based on the performance of the government. And it's also, neighbor, it has a lot to do with the Prime Minister himself, neighbor. We have seen how this Prime Minister has come out on the streets, neighbor, and bring back the Jamaica Labour Party as front. Neighbor, the Prime Minister spoke about it, so that he, neighbor, have the power that anytime him touch the ground to turn up the energy when persons were saying that we are moving lame. And I want to make mention, neighbor, of the Blue Dot poll. The Blue Dot poll not only put the Jamaica Labour Party in front, neighbor. The Blue Dot poll has also put Dan Anderson credibility on the line right now, neighbor. Mr. Dan Anderson's credibility is on the line right now, neighbor, coming forward with his data that he's supposed to come forward with. If Dan Anderson doesn't come anywhere close or in line with this Blue Dot poll, neighbor, his credibility has some serious questions to answer, because this Blue Dot poll, neighbor, is up to Wednesday. It is accurate. So we don't see what can happen in 4 or 3 days that Dan Anderson can come through from this Blue Dot poll.
Sorry, Anderson has a poll coming out?
I heard something like that. That he has some numbers coming out.
Oh, well, but the poll results that Anderson published last week, I don't see where they are any different here, Scratchy. What it picked up was clear momentum for the Jamaica Labour Party. PNP stalled, Labour Party pushing ahead. That's what Anderson's saying.
Exactly. I see that from Anderson. That's what I was saying. If it's true that he's coming out with something else, I would expect it to be in line also with the Blue Dot based on his previous polls, showing that we are coming from 9 points over a year. And the PNP has basically stalled. And neighbor, you have been saying that for a long time now, that the PNP is stalled. Not just now.
Yes. In truth and in fact, Scratchy, Mr. Robinson yesterday at the PNP's press conference flipped flop on how the PNP plans to fund their 3.5. In truth and in fact, is it not an embarrassment that the opposition is not offering any alternative at all?
I'm definitely
offer one. It is just confusing.
Definitely, neighbor. The opposition tend to speak about persons copying their idea, neighbor. When you look at the opposition promise of a 3.5% increase in the threshold, it's definitely the Jamaica Labour Party idea, neighbor. The Jamaica Labour Party is projected to bring the threshold to 2 million, neighbor. So they're adding now, it's basically to 1.5, we're basically bringing it to 3.5. It's basically an next 1.5 they're basically promising. It's literally our idea they're trying to come back with us with. It's basically the same 1.5. But based on where the economy is right now, neighbor, we cannot afford, neighbor, to stall right now, to give up that amount of revenue right now, over $77 billion back out of the country. That's madness. With the budget already projected, neighbor, to a deficit of $36 billion, 2026, 2027. We just can't afford that type of setback, neighbor, for that small amount of persons who will set to benefit. Not that they're not important. We understand they're the middle class of our nation. And I think the middle class understand and want to play a role in the building of our nation, neighbor. And they're not eager and ready to grab onto this PNP plan to derail the progress of this country.
Let me take you back to the election now, Scratchy. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. A couple days to go. How do the party now approach these next couple of days, Scratchy, as you go into Wednesday?
I mean, now, neighbor, going into Wednesday, neighbor, it's definitely some final contacts will be making, some final contacts will be sealing up right now. Persons, it's really down to the executive of the constituencies now. They'll be on the ground again working. They have the numbers now. Most of the groundwork will be wrapping up right now. It's more from a classroom setting now with computers and laptops and telephone, making certain form of connects and contact, putting the necessary things in place. Right now, it's all about getting your machine on the ground ready, your transportation, knowing where your voters are located, knowing where you're going to get them, what time you're going to get them, all of that. Be prepared for in case there should be any form of weather adversity, in form of rain or anything like that. Have umbrellas and raincoat things set in place to make sure that persons can move from point A to point A. Persons who are in charge of making sure that refreshments are there, they'll be engaging those persons. The menus will be sorting out of food, breakfast and lunch. And that neighbor will still be on the ground. But in terms of where your voters are, I expect every candidate should be aware of that by now. have a perfect idea as to where they are located, how you're gonna get them, when you're gonna get them. So right now, just contact neighbor with the gas station, what time you're gonna refill, how many refills you're gonna do, and stuff like that. It's just machine on the ground right now, neighbor. It's just to get the machine on the ground, fully ready and fully.
And when you say machine, Scratch, what are you talking about?
When I say machine, I mean from a constituency level now, neighbor. Neighbor, we have seen now, neighbor, where the government neighbor has performed very well. We have seen where the Jamaica Labour Party has campaigned very well. It is now down to the constituencies now, neighbor. And this is where elections are won, from a constituency level, from the ground level. And this is where the machine has to be oiled and properly organized and ready. When I talk about machine, I'm talking about transportation. How many vehicles you're gonna have, how many vehicles, how many bikes, how many motorcycles to move your voters from point A to point B within the time frame of the voting process. When I talk about machine, I also talk about refreshment. Or what time will breakfast be ready, neighbor? These things are things that show us. You can know when a machine is falling apart, when breakfast is late and lunch is late. You show off your workers with those type of things, neighbor. You want to make sure that they're on point.
You have to provide breakfast. You have to provide breakfast.
Yes, some candidates, neighbor, provide breakfast for their outdoor and indoor agents and their runners. Some candidates, if they don't provide the breakfast, they provide the funds so that from the night before so that you can get what you want. But some candidates neighbor provide a lunch and breakfast for outdoor and indoor agents. So you have to make sure that that is properly done. Make sure that it is on time.
Yes.
Because persons are waking up from 6. You don't want persons to be waking 9, 10, 11 o'clock at a polling station and don't get anything to eat. Because the opposition party tend to try to troll each other, and say, hey, your party never bring nothing give for each one morning. This is to them the rate to know. Trolls like that happen at polling station, neighbor. I've seen it before. So when I talk about machine, neighbor, I talk about those things. I talk about, neighbor, the machine or the runners, making sure that the runners have the names, the list, they know where the voters are. PDs, the PDs are very important. Make sure that every PD come out. So that is a machine, neighbor, on the ground, neighbor. And having someone who's in control to make sure that in case anyone should have any form of disagreement, you have someone who can come in and settle it and get persons back in intact. That is how you make sure that your machine is ready. And the Jamaica Labour Party is ready. And I'm sure about that.
It's ready. And Scratchy, how does the day progress? How you see the day? I'm asking because I want to understand. How does the day go?
On election day?
Yes.
Well, on election day, neighbor, persons, it's a normal day, it's not a public holiday, but it tends to have the feel of a public holiday. It's not. In most communities, neighbor, bars are closed on election day. Bars are not allowed to be open during the voting process. So? During the time of, yes, during the time of the voting, neighbor, bars are to be closed. So bars are being closed, neighbor. No drinking cannot be done too close to the polling stations either. And stuff like that. They're very strict on those type of stuff. So on the day, neighbor, persons come out, depends on the energy and the vibe, neighbor. Persons tend to come out, vote. Normally the older persons, neighbor. Persons who consider themselves the seniors, those persons tend to come out early and vote. You know, the energy is there, your runners, your vehicles start to go around and get the early voters start to come out. You know, you try to use some form of unique way to transport information from the polling station to the outdoor agents, to the runners, in case they are seen a lacking in certain PDs or they are seen a certain slope. I mean, they understand how to do their thing, neighbor, but on the day, it's definitely the energy. And we have to make sure that we keep up and maintain that energy. The energy has a lot to do with the day, neighbor.
Hold on, Scratchy. Mr. Marks, coming to you. Marks Wisdom.
Yes, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good. I enjoyed listening to you earlier. You were saying about how the PNP were attacking Holness. And I'll explain to you why I think I spoke to you last night. I was telling you that the PNP are delusional. And you didn't agree with that word. But I'll explain it again. They attacked Holness' house and that failed. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. I am.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, they attacked his house and that failed. They lost the 2020 election dismally, and they came back again attacking him and his finance now. If you're intelligent, you would look at where you failed, do an assessment, and rework the thing. They didn't do that. They continued with the attack. And this attack has also failed. It was a trap they set with the Integrity Commission. Because I believe the Integrity Commission is highly corrupt by the PNP. It's extremely corrupt by the PNP.
No, but I don't have any, no, sir. I don't have no evidence to suggest that. So
right, but okay. So let me explain why. The Integrity Commission ordered a forensic audit. They did it. After the forensic audit was completed, they did not find 28 bank accounts. They found, they did not find anything to charge Holness with because there was no recommendation to the DPP to charge Holness for any corruption. So the PNP still did not believe the facts. They are delusional. So they hid the report from the IC hid the report from the auditor that did Holness's finance. They did not reveal it to the parliament or to Jamaica for about 2 years. Holness had to go through a process to request his own report from the Integrity Commission. The only persons it benefit to hide the report would be the PNP. It wouldn't benefit Holness to hide it. It exonerated Holness. So they hid the report so that the PNP can continue to say that he is corrupt. Then the evidence was in front of him that there was nothing to charge him for. So the very Integrity Commission exonerated Holness, but the PNP, because they corrupted the Integrity Commission.
No, sir. No, you continue to say that the PNP corrupted the Integrity Commission. That's a strong allegation, sir. I don't have no evidence of that.
But sir, the allegation that Holness has 28 bank account is not true, and the PNP kept saying that. So
no, I do not have any evidence that the PNP has corrupted the Integrity Commission.
Well, it certainly seems that way.
Huh?
It certainly seems that way.
Well, that's a different statement, you know. But to say that they have is not, in my view, fair.
That's definitely perception.
It is not fair to say that he has 28 bank accounts. So you can't say that.
No, sir, but hold on, sir. But it's not the Integrity Commission that has said that.
Right, it's the PNP. So I am saying that they have corrupted it. The PNP have. That's what they do.
Sir. No, sir. I don't want you to say that because, as I said, I don't have any evidence that that is true.
Okay.
Even if you say, hold on, even if you say, and corruption is a very strong word, by the way. Corruption suggests that a legal process would have taken place, and there would have been charges. We play around with this word corruption in Jamaica, you know, and we call people corrupt.
There's a perception, neighbor. Perception.
If you talk about perception, then that's a different thing. But you can't say they are corrupt because we don't have.
You have to use the word perception as a form, Max.
Okay.
In order to ensure that neighbor don't get into trouble. So you have to be careful with what you say.
Okay. Right.
So perception is the more appropriate word to use in this case. And you're not the only person who formed that opinion.
No, but all right. So when
yes,
this
so hold on. So corruption is an abuse of power.
Right.
Yeah, but it can be manifested in various forms.
Yeah, but neighbor, that woman resigning is also an indication of what was transpiring.
Yeah.
Right.
Those are subtle indications of what was transpiring internally.
Fraud, sir. Fraud and embezzlement. Embezzlement.
That's in line.
You see?
But when they hid the report, that's not clarity and that's not transparency.
No, sir. But what you mean? What you mean? Hid the report?
The report that Holness did not.
They didn't present it. They didn't present it.
It was not presented. He had to request it from them. They did not table it. They did not show it. They did not reveal it.
Neighbor.
Go through a process.
Hold on there, Gigi. Hold on. All right. You know what, sir? I must confess, I'm not as au fait with this process as I ought to have been. And I prefer not to have discussions around issues that I cannot verify, challenge, or have much knowledge of.
And issues that are also before the court, neighbor. We have to let the court decide in these issues. Yeah, sometimes with public opinion only skew these issues more, neighbor, and cause more problem than any other thing.
You understand me? So here I'm trying to skip around it, and I'm not comfortable with this discussion. You hear, sir?
Okay, all right. I hear you.
As I said, I don't have all the facts, and it has been a very technical issue. Okay, yes. Yeah. Don't move. Go ahead, Gigi.
So just to say, I mean, this strategy was told to me probably like 4 months ago, 4 months ago. The attack on Andrew. I get to understand that PJ Patterson was the one who advised them. So he actually called Mark Golding and told Mark Golding say he cannot beat Andrew if he not try to get rid of Andrew or tarnish Andrew.
Conjecture, Gigi.
It's an assumption. It's an assumption.
Okay, but I don't know that either, sir.
Yeah. So it's in the circle. That is why Andrew kind of is ahead of them. He's one step ahead of them.
Gigi. You don't move from there. Brother Ingram, how you doing, sir?
Good morning, Rev. How you doing? How you doing?
Neighbor.
Neighbor. How you doing, neighbor? How you doing?
Jesus Christ.
I have a question. I heard passing through and heard the discussion. So I just want to ask one question.
Yes, sir.
And the question is, when the report to which they refer that was presented in Parliament, after the report was presented in Parliament, the Prime Minister filed a request in the Supreme Court asking for a review. And in that review, he presented 28 affidavits. And based on these two persons are saying just now, are they taking into account that in the 28 affidavits filed, the Prime Minister did not ask for that report in the affidavits? I wonder why.
Neighbor, I don't expect it to go against your word in the neighbor.
Yeah, no, we're not. Yes, Carl?
No, we are not. No.
Yes,
we are not discussing any court issue here. We are discussing facts relating to a public matter. Look here, Ingram, they do various things for various reasons. So don't come here and try to spew why they never file this and why they. Cases are like that. The cases develop as they go along. Lawyers see loopholes and they try to exploit it from time to time. These are legal issues. And I don't think it is right for us to come
let's leave this matter.
So you're wanting to put things in people's mind. Why never do this? Why never do that? You understand?
Leave this
neighbor. Leave this neighbor. Ingram has been campaigning on this from March. Not letting go.
Don't let
and neighbor, early on in the year, neighbor, even the Dan Anders poll show that Jamaicans are not interested in this.
Because it hasn't.
But if I might, I think Scratch is right. I think Scratch is right. Yeah.
Carl,
yeah.
Sorry, just to read it. One, you see, part of my problem, I have a major issue with these PNP persons having this integrity issue as an argument. And I'm telling you, it irks me to the core because it's convenience to have a discussion like that. Because if you were to go in the history or the annals of what PNP is about, I don't understand all of a sudden they come with this white cloth.
Mr. Gigi, Carl, I'm gonna ask us to leave this integrity discussion.
Yeah, we leave that, but I'm just talking on a broader issue.
Yes.
Of people come with morals.
3 days to go to election, guys. 3 days to go to election.
I'm not saying people are not to have morals, and I'm not saying people not to have standards. But the problem
Then
is
what are you
just
saying?
coming
Then
like,
what are you saying?
listen what I'm saying.
Neighbor,
If you
hold on,
just-
neighbor. Can I say something, neighbor?
If you listen, you
Please,
will
hold on,
learn.
Gigi, hold on. This discussion about the Prime Minister's statutory declaration is not going to
4
go.
days to the election, guys. 4 days.
I listen to Ingram, and there's nothing you can do to convince that man. So leave
We
that.
don't want to convince Ingram neither. We don't want to
but just
convince him
leave it
neither.
alone. Just leave
He
it
can
alone.
go.
Let us move to something more
No, I am
pertinent.
talking about the top.
You can go. It's too much now, man.
Both of you mentioned
Ingram, you
that.
can just take yourself
No,
down,
no.
please. You can just kindly, please take yourself down.
Neighbor, this man has been doing this from March. I see. This man have no other topic but I see.
Fear distraction.
Yeah, this is a distraction, neighbor. This is a distraction. We don't want to go down that road because we have been down that road already. Yeah.
Carl, you said my poll results were incorrect. You want to tell me why?
Yes. I'm saying mathematically, what Blue Dot poll says I'm going to put it in proper context now. What the Blue Dot pollster, the young lady said yesterday, that in 2020, at couple days before the election, when they did the last poll, the Labour Party was up by 17 percentage points. Okay? If we are to take that, 17 percentage points would equal to 49 seats. So if we are down 13% now, it means that we are not at that 49 seats. We would be somewhere less than that. If you should do a simple arithmetic, a mathematical equation, that works out to be that 13% would represent 37 seats.
Carl, can I ask a question?
Hold on, let me finish. 17%, I'm going to put everything in context. 17% equal to 49, and if you do 13% equal to X, find X, you're going to get 37 seats. But this 13% lead, remember now we are talking about people now. So this 13% lead can result in the Labour Party winning 50 seats or 50 plus seats, or winning just the 49 seats or two below. So that 13%, let me finish, sir. Let me finish, please. So I am saying if we are going by mathematics, 13% would equal to 37 seats because 17% is equal to 49 seats.
No,
so
no, Carl.
No,
Carl.
That cannot be right, Carl.
Hold on. One at a time. One at a time. Please go ahead now, Scratchy.
In 2020, the Labour Party was leading by 16% in 2020.
Right. So hold on. So if you're leading finish. Just think about this. If you're leading by 16%, you win 49 seats, and you're down 13% now. Could you win more seats than the 49 seats if you're down?
Yes, Carl. Carl, you know why? Because Carl, in 2020, Carl, we were the incumbent in majority of these seats. We are the incumbent in 49 of these seats. So the 13% is an incumbent of 49 seats. Not at where we were 2020 with the 17%.
No, hold on. When I listened to the Blue Dot pollster yesterday, and Cliff did mention that we are not up. I am not saying we're not going to win if you're doing it from a mathematical standpoint thing. 13%, if you win by 17% the last time, and you win by 49, there's no way 13% is going to give you 55 seats. It has to give you less than 49 seats. And if you do the calculation and find the equivalent of 13%, you're going to get 37 seats. But however, I'm saying this 13% can result in us winning 50 plus seats because we're not talking about robots and things, we're talking about people. So the proper organization on the ground on the election day and giving the motivation and the momentum that is behind the Labour Party, 13%
can represent 50 plus seats, but not mathematically.
Listen,
That's
listen,
all I'm saying.
listen, Carl. Listen, listeners. Listen, Carl. If you are leading by 13%, it's a national lead.
It's a landslide.
Hold on, no? That means you are winning between 75 to 85% of the seats.
How do you get that?
Hold on. That's 47 to 54 of the seats. Now,
But how do you get that, neighbor? How do you
okay.
get that?
Remember that Jamaica uses a first past the post system. So then a 13% lead in the national vote. You have to do the calculations, percentage points. I'm trying to find the calculation here.
Yeah, find that because I want to know how you arrive at that. I'm just going by simple what was said. I'm not saying that we're not going to win 50 plus seats, but 13% is not giving us 50 seats, neighbor. 13%.
Carl, I think it also has a relationship with the amount of seats the party already has.
Right.
Exactly.
There's a relationship
Hold on.
here.
No. Hold on. If we had 49 seats and we are leading 13% in the poll, that's a healthy lead, right? So tell me now, if we have 49 seats and we're up 13% in the poll, what amount of seat count that how do you get 55%?
Can I say something?
Word.
So if you're at 49 and 14, if they were tied in the polls, that would mean Labour would retain 49 and PNP would retain 14. If Labour goes up by 13%, that means any seat that is with that Labour have, let's say Labour have lost within a 13% percentage points of voters. That means they can capture those seats because they are 13%.
That 13% has nothing to do with the 49 seats that we already held. No.
What do you mean no?
No, you know why? You know why that's a misnomer?
Why?
Because if that is the case, then you would not have to poll those 49 seats because the Labour Party, whatever common election, they will win back those 49 seats. So
that's what the percentage is.
Hold on. That 49 seats that you and Scratchy is saying we're up already. Okay, they did polling in those seats. If you're going to say the Labour Party has 49 seats plus a 13% gain, then you are saying those 49 seats. Either way, the Labour Party is going to win those seats, whatever matter. And that is not the case. That's why you have to poll the whole entire island to see where the party is in terms of lead. Okay? The last election in 2016, not in 2020, in 2016, Derek Ramsey did not poll the entire island. He polled 18 seats and said the Labour Party can flip those 18 seats, the majority of those 18 seats, if they can gain at least 12 of those seats, or 11 of those seats, they would have won the election. So we can't look at it from the standpoint that 49 seats plus 13%. I don't think so.
All right, so Carl, how many seats did we have going into the 2020 election, Carl?
We have 34 seats.
Going into the 2020?
Yes, 34 seats, because we went in with 32. We won 2 by-election. We won 1 in Southeast St. Mary and 1 in East Portland. So we went in with 34 seats.
And how many percentage points did we win by to reach 49?
But I don't remember the percentage. But I'm saying yesterday they said what the poll results says that 17% they were leading. The Labour Party was leading by 17% going into the election.
All right.
And they ended up.
So I just asked the the system here to do the calculation for me. It has given me a pretty long thing that is going to take me a lot of time to go through. But listeners, you could do that. Okay. So if you go into Chat GPT and ask them to calculate it for you, it will give you a formula, which brings out my point. So if the JLP 13% ahead, they are going to win roughly 75 to 85% of the seats. Carl, of the seats.
So you say 13. So you say 13% represent 85% of the seats.
Between 75 to 85. Remember, you're talking about proportionality.
Right.
So it's between 47 to 54 seats. That's what that calculation is giving me. I don't want to confuse my listeners, and believe me, I'd rather someone with more knowledge of this, because I'm actually using the technology here as I'm talking to you. But I did it last night, and that is what I came out with. That they are winning between 75 to 85% of the seats.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying when I tracked the 2020 election, the Labour Party was 16% ahead or 17% ahead. 17%.
But then, Carl, you are not calculating where they were coming from. They did not have 49 seats.
No, you know why I wouldn't calculate where they're coming from? Because I level the playing field as if to say nobody has no seats whatsoever.
But
that's not how it is. Hold on. When you do a poll, neighbor.
I think that's where the problem is.
Hold on. When you do a poll, the reason why we do a poll and poll every constituency, if it is that we're going to mark it down exact, that we know that seat is going to go a particular direction, it doesn't make sense to poll that division or that constituency.
Yes, but Carl, remember that at 13.
Talking about. I am not getting.
The People's National Party was leading by 13% now. How many seats they would have won? If the poll was done, and it said the People's National Party was leading by 13% in the poll, how many seats the People's National Party would have won?
Okay.
Based on the 14 that they have?
No, including the 14. Just tell me how much I'm going to win totally. Include the 14 when they have. Don't say from the 14 that they have. If they're leading in the poll by 13%, how many seats would you expect the People's National Party to win? Including the 14 when they have.
Well, 37.
About 37. Or you get that 37? Listen, I'm not saying we can win. It's as easy for us to see.
Carl.
Plus seats. Yeah, go ahead.
Carl.
Yeah.
Do me a favor.
About 35.
Carl. Do me a favor. From that 14 seat the PNP has, with a 13% lead right now, do that math and tell me how much seat they're projected to win.
Repeat that.
So from the 14 seats, with the 14 seat that the PNP has, let's argue that they will retain those 14 seats. Now, had that 13%.
All right. So go back to what Labour said.
Add that 13% and tell me what would be the possible outcome.
If I am to calculate how many seats the People's National Party would have, I wouldn't even bother take into consideration the 14 seats that they have already. I would do a calculation and see how much of the seats they are going to win, including the 14 seats that they already have.
That is the same thing I ask you to do. So in other words, they have those 14
in my estimation, if the People's National Party is leading by 13% in the polls now, they would have win a minimum of 40 seats.
Yeah. Well, I have that at 35. I have it at 35. But I tell you this, guys. I think we are providing a bit of confusion to the listeners, and I'm going to clear this up later on. Sorry, Kenroy.
Yes, sir.
Make a fulsome point. What do you want to say?
There's a lot that I want to say, but to the public that has been entertaining the thought that the blue dot poll is somehow misleading. Let me just put something into context that persons are representing. The PNP was leading in this poll by 9 points,
Not this poll.
No. Leading in the polls, not this one. Most certainly. They were the ones that was leading in the poll. And I'm going to put to rest the argument of momentum, where momentum is at. If the PNP was leading in the first initial polls, and now the last done on this poll is revealing a dead heat, it logically and simplify my argument that says the PNP would have lost traction in that. The PNP is at a deficit, and so they should have been the one leading in the polls. To better put into context that 47 number I hear people swirling around. The fact that they are not leading in the polls rubbishes any claim or any thought along that line.
First thing, Kenroy, the done is a poll that shows the PNP leading by 9 percentage point last year, September. That's a lie. At no given time, the PNP was leading by 9 percentage points.
So done on this, and then
if that was the case, you see, the local government election, even though they won the popular vote by about 20,000, they would have swept the local government election last year. Okay? So that 9 percentage point is a misnomer. And I can't see.
Hold on. You're telling me that 9-point lead in the polls, favorability rating, would have swept the local government election?
No, they were leading. No, I'm talking about when they break down. Just listen to what I'm saying, please. I'm saying last year, when they done on this poll that shows in terms of voter intent, the People's National Party is up 9 percentage points.
Mm-hmm.
I am saying a couple months, if the PNP that has been campaigning over 2, 3, 4 years now, right? Percentage point somewhere last year. They would have swept the parish council election. They would have won the popular vote, even though they won, but they would have won all municipalities throughout the country.
What?
No, 9% will give them all municipalities.
Stop.
Why you say that?
You are at liberty.
9% will give them all municipalities.
Liberty. You are at liberty.
Hold on. Why 9% is points, Scratchy. It's a healthy lead. It's not, you're not leading by 2.
Carl. Listen up, Carl. 9% lead in a general election. Hold on. 9% lead in a general election is not the same as 9% lead in a municipality. In a municipality.
No. You're mixing up what I'm saying. You're mixing up what I'm saying.
General. Carl. Hold on.
You're mixing up what I'm saying.
Consideration. The JLP was leading the JLP was leading the polls in.
Guys, listen to me. This program is not only about us; it's about the listeners, and they are really not benefiting from this. Let's wait until we can get some further and better particulars, and then we can come back to the results of the poll. As I said. we are not all experts on this one. I basically use the technology to do the calculation, and that is what it showed me, and I gave it to the listeners. If there is if anyone listening that is a mathematician, that you understand the polls, and you can come and explain to us what's the seat count going to be, then we'll have it. Until that happens, let's move on to something else. Ruler, go ahead, sir.
I'm not going to stay long because I am not into the back and forth. Let me just add one thing here. There is no mathematical formula on earth that predicts what you guys are saying, including 5 years ago and the numbers that you guys, it doesn't work like that. No way. It's all a guesstimation, and I think neighbor hits it right. We are confusing each other. The other thing, let me add, that stuff that went around showing that PNP at 46 seats, they said it was an exit poll. We don't have that type of stuff in Jamaica. Exit poll cannot come out in 2 hours after the security people have voted.
Yeah, but the Electoral Office of Jamaica did put out a statement saying that is incorrect.
Okay, I didn't even know that. See that? I did not know that. I watch a lot of polls.
What is surprising, sir, is that the PNP has not put out a statement with saying that it's not them. But the Electoral Office of Jamaica says, no, that's wrong.
Okay,
nothing like that.
I did not know that. And that makes sense because technically it's impossible. You're going to have something like that with a small handful of people, maybe what? 1,000 security people went out to vote. And you're going to come out and say, hey.
Well, what the Electoral Office is saying is that you would not be able to determine the results from that sample.
And typically you wait to the end of the day when everyone has voted and you count them in one basket. So I don't want to confuse anything yet, but there's no mathematical formula could predict what you guys are saying. It's all a guesstimate, like I have guessed based on what I've seen with 49 seats and the performance that the JLP and the Prime Minister have been doing. I see no reason why they should not get at least 3 more seats. And that's how I come up with my 52 to 11. So you guys are bringing these other stuff from way back. Now go work. All right, Magan.
Mr. Neighbor, let me give you a good indication of what the result of the election will be. You see? The PNP has held the seats in Westmoreland for about 50 years accumulatively. And if the PNP cannot go back and retake these original PNP seats that had the Prime Minister, the Agricultural Minister, and the Tourism Minister, if they cannot flip these seats back to PNP, then this election is a wipeout. Because those are the strongest PNP seats in the country for the past 50 years. So if they cannot retake these seats, they are going nowhere in this election. Those are the strongest PNP seats in Jamaica. And that is what you watch to see if and where this election is going.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You will have to
what is happening in Manchester?
You will also have to make mention of Central Kingston. No way.
Correct.
Central Kingston has to be a part of that number that they reach.
They have to flip those. If they don't flip those, it's impossible.
Yes.
Turn it down.
Barry?
Yes, neighbor, how you doing?
Barry,
Barry? Yes, neighbor, I'm right with you. There's a little malfunction in my... Are you hearing me, neighbor?
I am hearing you. Can you help us with the polls and the extrapolating of the seat count? Can you help us with that?
Oh, sure, neighbor. I mean, like I told you, from the very get-go, if you notice the proliferation of 50 seat counts that you're getting since
by the way, Barry, you are the consummate teacher. What I want you to do is to take us through this and show us how it is done, please.
All right. So basically, neighbor, what we have been seeing is that we have been seeing a popularity from the Prime Minister and the Jamaica Labour Party in general. And normally when there's a swing to one party, what you find is that the swing that goes to the party actually determines the number of seats. And let me give you an example. For all the seats that we have won in Jamaica, either political party, there are only about 4 seats or 5 seats that you find that they were won by more than 3,000 votes, neighbor. Now, what you find is that for most of the seats that were won, the margin of victory were between 3 and 4%. So you would see a People's National Party winning a seat, and they would come out by a percent or 2%. Like for example, in the case of Amos and Hugh Graham, the margin of victory was almost just a percent. In Lisa Anna and the guy who ran against Lisa Anna, the margin of victory, it was practically a statistical dead heat in that seat, right? Now, if the Jamaica Labour Party were to win 49 seats, would have won 49 seats. And there is a swing to the Jamaica Labour Party in this region of anywhere between 6 and 10%. What it means, neighbor.
Hold on, Barry. Is this hypothetical because we want you to speak to the polls that we have? We want you to interpret.
Yeah, man, I'm not. Well, no, the 13%. I'm telling you. So if there's a swing, neighbor, of 13% to the governing Jamaica Labour Party, what it simply means is that you are going to retain your 49 seats that you currently have, because the swing is with you. Because there was no swing. There's nothing that suggests that the PNP is actually leading anywhere. And if the swing is with the Jamaica Labour Party, all those seats are going to be winning, and the margin of victory is going to be increased. And what it also means, neighbor, that those seats that were close.
Why you call it a swing though? Why you say there's a swing?
Because when there's a swing, neighbor, it means what you find is that in addition to the 17% that the Jamaica Labour Party won those 49 seats by in the last election, you are now having a 13% margin in terms of the polls. So remember, you would have had 17%, which took you to 49 seats. So you already have those in the bag. So now you have a new poll that is coming up with the Jamaica Labour Party sitting on 49 to 14 seats. And the swing to the Jamaica Labour Party is 13%. What that means, neighbor, is that the Jamaica Labour Party...
Explain that again for me. Why you say that there's a swing?
Yeah, clear the part. Why you say there's a swing and the party are with a 49?
No, there's a swing in terms of the support for the Jamaica Labour Party. In the sense that there are more people who are in favor of the Jamaica Labour Party as against the People's National Party. Right? And when you say a swing, it means that there is no bodies moving to the Jamaica Labour Party, to the People's National Party from the Jamaica Labour Party. What you find is that you find more people moving to the Jamaica Labour Party, right, from the People's National Party, and which means that the momentum is with the Jamaica Labour Party. So there are more people who are supporting the Jamaica Labour Party than those that are supporting the People's National Party. And the possibility and the swing is, neighbor, that you find the undecided and even People's National Party supporter who are now actually thinking to support the Jamaica Labour Party. And that is what the swing is. So when you find that swing or the momentum is with the Jamaica Labour Party, it means now that if you are in the ascendancy, you are going to consolidate those seats that you have, and possibly it means that those seats that were vulnerable, that those seats that were close, like for example a Fitzjackson seat, which was 730 something votes, right? Lisa Anna, that was 14 votes. Amos and Graham, that was 124 or 122 votes. Those seats are now in trouble. And it depends on the size of the swing. You could look at Peter Phillips, Fitzjackson, and the son Phillips, Michael Phillips seat. So those seats, neighbor, are in problem because the swing may very well mean that those numbers will be wiped out. And the moment, because the momentum is with the Jamaica Labour Party. So
Let me see
consolidation.
if I understand. So you are saying that here we are at the beginning of the election. 45 of the seats are already with the Jamaica Labour Party.
49.
49 are with the Jamaica Labour Party. 14
Right.
are with the PNP. And you are saying that that's where you start from.
That's where you start from. And so if you're in a statistical deadheat, right? What it means, a statistical deadheat means it would be that the seats that were very close in the last general election, you possibly could look at some of them moving back to the People's National Party.
Ah.
Right?
Yes. So with the Labour Party 13 points and 13 points ahead, you are saying they are not likely to lose any of these 49.
Unless there's a significant underperformance by the Member of Parliament in a particular seat.
Oh.
And the people are deciding, listen, we are going to vote out this Member of Parliament. And it's not so much the Jamaica Labour Party that they are voting against, but more so the Member of Parliament.
Okay, teacher.
Right?
Why is this so? So I want to understand. The listeners want to understand. You are saying, sir, that with a 13-point lead and the Labour Party having 49 seats, and if you apply that across the country, none of these seats are at threat right now to be lost.
No, none of them whatsoever.
Are there
like I
any of
said,
the PNP seats that would be at risk?
Yes. So I tell you why these seats will be at risk. If you look at the margin of victory for those PNP seats, some of those PNP seats, in Michael Phillips, Northwest Manchester, the margin of victory was 743, which was about 2.something% or 3% thereabout. If you look at Damian Crawford, 124 seat, 124. Hugh Graham against Amos, that was like 1%, a little bit less than 1%. In Lisa Anna's seat, that was 14. That was like pretty much a statistical deadheat, right? So it could have gone either way depending on how the count goes in that seat. If you look at Fitzjackson's seat, he was about 4% with 730 votes ahead, right? And so if you have 13% moving forward, neighbor, right, the possibility exists that all of these seats that I told you about is in trouble. And it depends on the organization and the growth.
A safe bet to, in terms of teaching the class here today, Barry.
Yes.
A safe conclusion to say to the class would be the seats that are currently held by the Jamaica Labour Party, those seats are safe. If the numbers hold.
If the numbers hold, those seats are safe. If the numbers hold.
They're not likely to lose any.
They're not likely to lose any of those seats as long as the numbers hold. And if the numbers hold, it is likely that the PNP will be losing about 3 or 4 seats, neighbor.
Well, that's what I calculated. I was a little surprised that because that is what I got here. I have the Labour Party picking up one or two more on the 49.
Right.
Based on the numbers that I have. But you know,
neighbor, I have been consistent from March of this year with this line of argument. When everybody was telling me that it was 38, 40, 42. Neighbor, this is the first time that this is just since last night that you are hearing so many people talking about 50 and 50 odd seats, neighbor. Am I lying?
Correct.
Everybody was in the 40s. And I put my neck out there and I've been saying from the 4% lead that we got from Blow That Poll. And I told you why I said that it was early in the year. The JLP campaign had not started as yet, right? And we saw the Jamaica Labour Party leading by 4%. And I said to you that once you see Andrew Holness completed his constituency rounds, and then he starts to go the mass meetings, then you are going to see a pickup in the poll. And my best bet
would have been 53 seats. That is what I told you just after the Blue Dot poll came out.
Barry, just to further support your point, the last Dan Anderson poll came out after, I believe, the PNP did their bus tour. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
If any semblance of idea that the PNP was leading or had any momentum, it cannot come back as a defeat.
No, and I poured cold water on that poll when we had this discussion with neighbor. When I told neighbor this poll finding by Dan Anderson is suggesting that we're leading between 10 and 12%. And neighbor was saying to me, "Boy, Mr. Man, are you sure? Are you sure, sir? You sure, sir? You're just trying to give the labor rights a little motivation." And I said, neighbor,
so Barry, are you telling me that was his exact line? Barry, are you telling me?
Yes.
I was kind of a bit I don't want to say restive with neighbor, because I know that the bus tour should have come back with a
actually
forecast for
better,
the PNP.
Yes, for the PNP. Yes.
So telling me that's a dead heat, I started to question Dan.
Which means that what I took from Dan Anderson's poll was that he was saying to the PNP, I gave you 10% lead, when it was in fact a dead heat, to see if that would help the PNP, and you still go out there, and when you go out there, you come back losing the 10% that I gave you. That means you're gone.
Barry, the same poll that we are talking about now says that the party is actually 19 points ahead. Factor that in, Barry. How significant is that?
That
19 points ahead in terms of if Jamaica prefer them to run the country. Why is there a disparity? Hold on. Why is there a disparity in those numbers? Where 19% said we prefer you to run the country, but only 13% is actually going to be voting for you. How is that?
Neighbor, what you find, neighbor, is that the Jamaica Labour Party is the first time in the history of Jamaica that any political party can campaign on performance. And I said to you in the past that this government has been able to put out a booklet with 250 of its achievements, not all of its achievements, 250 of its major achievements, right? And they have done a marvelous job in communicating this to the people of Jamaica. Social media and platforms like Politics Plus has been doing a phenomenal job in ensuring that the message gets out there. Because when you look every night, neighbor, you have 500, 600, up to 1,000 people. And it's not the same people every night that are coming back. So you would have reached a significant portion of the population. And they are believing in you, neighbor, because not only, that you are just a little man who comes on TikTok, you are a professional and people know you. We pull your cover, neighbor, and tell people who you really are. And people are now beginning to believe what you say. And so that is why you find people flocking you to get the information, because they realize that here's a professional man who has a calling.
Watch this.
Also a man of the cloth, right?
Watch
who
this
has
too.
taken his time out to come and sit on a live every day to tell people the truth.
Yes.
And if they don't believe anybody else, they must believe a man who profess to be a man of the cloth. And a man who has given his life to support the unfortunate or the less fortunate among us. And that is why, neighbor, a lot of people are beginning to believe.
In addition to that too, there were many times I resorted to Politics Plus to tell me what's happening in the country that is good. Because I could not rely on TVJ and I could not rely on...
That's it.
I couldn't rely on Gleaner. So it was politics. Once I say that green lower third, me I go click it because that's something where I go tell me what I want, something I want to hear.
Let me tell you this. One night, a PNP councillor came on the program and she was like, neighbor, my MP wants to know how a constituency is doing. I want you know, as our MP, the Prime Minister wife, and she is running our constituency and want to find out what Politics Plus is saying about her constituency. It tells you the kind of confidence that the Jamaican people have in Politics Plus. And so, neighbor, when you see this 13% coming out and this 19% lead for the Jamaica Labour Party,
yes,
it
but
is
I want
meaning that the message,
why is there a
the
disparity?
message is getting out there.
Yeah, but why is there
Because-
a disparity though? In terms of why do more people want to see the party? Are those comrades?
No, it's not just comrades.
What you mean?
Find a lot of,
What you mean? What I'm saying is that when you look at the numbers,
yes,
90% of people are the Labour Party is ahead by 19%. When it comes on to who you prefer to run the country, they say we want the Labour Party to run the country.
Yes.
But when it comes to who are you going to vote for, the number drops to 13%. I want to understand where that 5%, why is there 5% fall off?
All right, oh, neighbor, there are some people who they are not necessarily the kind of people who will get up and go out there to vote. And those find themselves between the undecided. They are in the block of the undecided, and the people will say they are not going to vote. Because, you know, those people are out there. They are not into politics. You have a good block of Jehovah's Witness who they love the Jamaica Labour Party, but they will not go out there and cast their vote.
Yes.
You have other professionals who say, listen, I don't have no time to go to the polling station. And there are those people who generally don't have a vote. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
So what you find neighbor, the people who are, if this is a part of the registered voter, there are people neighbor who are saying, boy, listen, I'm not either side of the political divide. And you find people who are sympathetic to the PNP who say, listen, I am not voting against my political party, but I'm not voting for the Jamaica Labour Party. I'm not voting against the Jamaica Labour Party. So as a result, I am not voting. Right?
And Barry, it's straight to the point to Barry. It's straight to the point to Barry. When you look at that, it's straight to the point that definitely the undecided is definitely leaning towards the governing party. Because if you find that more persons are saying that they want the governing party, but the governing party is leaning by less, it's true that the undecided is leaning to the governing party. Because I trust that majority of that 5% is made up of the undecided. They might not participate in the voting.
It's not a matter of trust. The number of undecided has been reduced, dramatically reduced. So
yeah, that's why I say it's strengthening the point more.
Yes,
it's 19%.
Right. So neighbor, listen up, and we're still a couple days away from the election. So even that 5% neighbor, or that 6%, that has not yet decided to vote, I probably may say that they are not voting. They still have 4 days to decide, and then when the runners go to their house to pick them up, they may very well see a friend in the car and jump out there and go vote.
Barry, is this momentum reflective of the strength of the party, its performance in government, or do you think it's a rejection of the PNP? Because the PNP really would have run a pretty devastating...
a mixture of both.
It's a both. It's a mixture of both.
It's a mixture of both. I've been long saying that the PNP, probably 2 months ago, that the PNP has let down their people. Yes.
But it will also be a discredit to not highlight the performance of this government. Yeah, I think the performance of this government that are diluted and diluted the PNP.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but remember Barry and guys, that it is the same party that was behind in the polls. So what over the last month would have propelled them so much ahead? What is happening? Is it Andrew being on the ground? Is it that people are now
timing? It's timing. It's timing.
The JLP ran a very structured and detailed, meticulous campaign.
It's a timing.
Everything that the JLP did was spot on. Yes, and that placed the PNP on the back leg. On another note, one of the major things that I believe people were on the fence as to whether or not the Integrity Commission was right about him. And closer to the election, when nothing solid was forthcoming from the IC investigation, that gave the people a clear vision that we see your work, but we want to know if this is true. And when that never come forward, then people just got up and say, you know what, I've made up my mind. This is a hoax. We are going to vote for Andrew because he did perform over his tenure.
All right. And there's another way to look at it, Neighbor. Last year, we had a number of issues happening to Jamaica. We had the burial phenomenon, right? That kind of wiped out a pretty significant portion of our GDP because we lost a lot, you know? And it kind of put people under hardship. Before that, we had drought, Neighbor, right? Mm-hmm. We had drought. Remember, we're coming off of 2020 COVID, you know, 2019, 2020, we lost 2 years when the country was pretty much locked down. Schools were locked down. I mean, businesses were locked down and we had to build back up. And we had to, it is a miracle why we are back to where we are now, you know? Because if to this date, there are countries that have not recovered from COVID, you know? And we have not only recovered from COVID, but we have surpassed where we were in terms of COVID. The big ticket item that nobody tends to want to talk about these days, Neighbor, is crime. Crime played a significant role in how people are viewing this government because, Neighbor, people are now beginning to go out and feel safe.
Yes, I think you're
to the point where now, Neighbor, nobody, the crime has not been a campaign message for any of the political party because it is not sexy enough again for the opposition to talk about crime.
Hold on, Barry. But I heard the opposition leader being so disingenuous, suggesting that he's commending the police and the security forces for the reduction in crime. I'm sorry. And did you hear that, sir?
Yes, I heard it, but guess what? Guess what, Neighbor? The people are saying we see through you, Mr. Opposition Leader. We see you, and we not only see you, we see through you. You are corrupt. You are disingenuous. You are dishonest. And that is the other thing, Neighbor. So when you look at the performance of the Jamaica Labour Party, Neighbor, in terms of coming out of those era of problems that we had as a country, to the point now where we see the government would have actually created some fiscal space in the country. And what did the Prime Minister do? Or the government did? He now make people feel like, listen to me, now that we ask you to hold strain, we are going to give back to you. And we start to giving back with the $20,000 tax return. We start to give back with the social the social pension, the social housing, the solidarity program, and all of these things that we are giving, that the reduction in GCT, the water commission amnesty, all of these things, Neighbor. So if you don't play that the people are feeling, you hear people are talking about it's not their lived reality, Neighbor, it is their lived reality. When I know that I used to owe 100,000 water bill and that has been reduced and I'm reconnected, that's my lived reality. The
message of the PNP, in my view, from the offset, should have been to project a better picture to the Jamaican people. Because come and talk about the Integrity Commission and talk about cost of living. People are not idiot. If me I get paid $6,000 and then after a while me I get paid $16,000. Me are not idiot. That now resonate with me. so the messaging of the People's National Party was wrong. It never catch the people them. And the next key point, I hear people say Jamaica a PNP country. PNP believed that. And they were banking on the possibility that if I re-energize my base, then they can win the election. Well, kudos. Because your base is energized. But the poll does not say that you're leading. The people are not with you. And you cannot undermine the undecided who swings election.
Neighbor, I want to make this one key point, right? Which I think plays about 30 or 40% in the thinking of Jamaican people. The fact that you have come and make it your business or your campaign strategy to malign, undermine, lie, assassinate the Prime Minister's character, right? Would have been a very big thing to the Jamaican people, because what happened, neighbor? They see the Prime Minister as one of us, as an ordinary Jamaican who come from the bowels of the working class, who has risen to becoming the Prime Minister of Jamaica. And that he is probably the only Prime Minister who would have gone through so much persecution and still stand tall. And they did it in 2016, neighbor, and the people did not love it. And they gave, in 2020, the people did not love it, and they gave the PNP a backsiding. And this time in 2025, neighbor, they come back with the same approach. And neighbor, the people are going to give them a bigger backsiding, because they do not like ugly. And if I may say to you, neighbor, they are not telling you, but there's an implosion that is going on in the People's National Party. Because a significant portion of the people in the People's National Party are blaming Dayton Campbell for the approach they would have taken to the campaign. Right? Because they are saying that they told Dayton Campbell not to go after Andrew Holness.
Barry,
yes.
Say it one more time. You can't say it. Say it one more time.
Yes.
You have to say it again.
So basically, there's an implosion in the People's National Party, because the approach to the election campaign was to go after Andrew Holness. Right? And guess what? They are now saying that we told you not to go after Andrew Holness because we did it and it didn't work. And you're going to do it again, or you expect it to work again. So right now, Dayton Campbell, if you notice, he's not so happy and he's not so loud when he's speaking again, because he's under pressure.
Not only that,
because a whole lot of people is saying that, look at it. And
Barry,
there's also, remember, yes.
Look at, see if you can remember Dayton Campbell's face on nomination day when he was talking to the reporters. Revisit that face and tell me that if that is a confident politician.
All right. No, that is not. When I'm saying my name is Ivy, son.
Barry?
That is not Miss Ivy boy at all, what we know.
Barry?
Yes.
Mr. Morel tells me that that there are more labor rights in Jamaica than comrades. Do you believe that, sir?
All right, listen up, neighbor. I would have given you this thing in the last 9 years, right? Since 2016. Every year, the Jamaica school system graduated over 45,000 young adults from high school. These kids are 17 turning 18. So if you multiply 45 times 9, right? You are looking at somewhere in the region of about 420, 430,000 people who would have been graduated and are now on the voters list to vote, right? So if you have 450 new people added to the voters list who were not necessarily around when the PNP was in their thing, and the message that they are getting is a message of hope and prosperity under Jamaica Labour Party. They are on social media. They are getting the fact that this bro God is doing good for the country. They have come out of high school, they get jobs in the call center, they are buying their cars. The amount of cars would have increased from 250,000 in 2016 to 600,000 in 2025. Who do you think buying these cars? You think our old people, neighbor? Huh? So it's young people buying this. And it says, which government facilitated us being able to buy cars? When I was teaching in Jamaica, and I was a principal, when I was a principal at the primary school, I was probably one of 2 people who drive a car to school. And if you go back to that school right now, neighbor, every single teacher in that school drive a car.
Well, I hope me can get one car. Anyway.
so you just understand. So the PNP of the old is no longer around. The Vin Lawrence, the Paul Burke, the Alston Stewart, these people They are no longer there when Vin Lawrence used to be on 70 boards, and every board used to have to make a contribution to the People's National Party election campaign.
Barry.
Right? And they had more money than you could think
Barry.
of. And their organization was spot on, yes.
Barry,
yes, sir.
About 2 months ago, as a matter of fact, long before that, because I'm a thinker, you know, I will think. And so one of the things that I came up with was the concept of paying homage. Paying homage. So in the music, the older artists them know the ground. And there's a term that says young bird no know storm.
Stop.
When Dayton Campbell and Rise United attacked the PNP, they thought that they had the money, they had the charisma, they knew what the people wanted, and so they came forcefully to the top. And now they are there, they are realizing that the party that was built by Peter Phillips, KD Knight, Paul Burke, and all those persons, they inherited that free. And so when them go, they didn't have what it took to maintain it. And I watched Dayton Campbell, Peter Bunting, Ian Eales, Luther Buchanan, Damian Crawford, and Mark Golden bring the PNP to its lowest it has ever been.
Yeah.
And to the point where they may be completely wiped out.
Yeah, let me explore this a little bit more, Barry, before you have to go, because I think we should get people to understand. Here we're coming from a place where Laborites are concerned. Their party almost lost the local government elections. The PNP won the popular vote. There's a call for an election. Laborites are disheartened. And here they are now on the cusp of a historic third term. What could have so dramatically turned things around in the country in a year, Barry?
Neighbor, it is the brilliance of the leader that we have in the man called Andrew Holness.
But wasn't the same Holness, sir, yes, Barry, but wasn't the same Holness that campaigned so hard for the local elections and almost lost?
No, time catch up on us. Time catch up on us with the local government elections.
I think.
One second. Time catch up on us with the local government elections. There's no doubt about that, because we have been kicking the can down the road for a long time. Because we were not in a position. Because if you know, people were going to an austerity measure coming out of COVID. And local government election was due way back. In fact, the local government is called every 3 years. And these councillors were there for 8 years. So because of the economy that we inherited, it was the management of COVID, that actually gave us a second term, in government, Andrew Holness became extremely popular in terms of how we manage COVID. And so even though at that point we won the election, coming out of that 2020 election, there was a lot of things that you had to put in place to kind of get back the fiscal space to start to make Jamaicans feel things. And people were going through the pangs of hell during those times. Businesses were being lost. People were trying to recover from their businesses. And coming out of that, as soon as things start to look up again, then we had burial coming in and we had a drought and, things started to push people down the road. And at that time, people were not necessarily very happy with the JLP. And because we had no choice, but we had to call a local government election because we could not postpone it any further. But, neighbor, fast forward to a year later, when Andrew Holness decided that, listen, we now have the fiscal space within this budget that we are going to be able to do some things. And neighbor, I tell you, it is working like a charm for the Jamaica Labour Party and the Jamaican people. People are happy. People are happy with the direction that the country is going. And guess what? As a result, we are seeing the polls where they are right now because of how it has been managed and the timing of it, neighbor. And trust me, it is going to tell in the polls.
Many people on social media, you see, Barry, myself, because I said to my listeners this morning that I don't know that we will necessarily be here after next week, I tell you the truth. Because we started this program because we felt that somehow the message to Jamaicans was very negative and that they were not being told the truth. And that's what the program is called, Politics Plus. What happens to many of these shows after Wednesday, Barry? What is going to happen?
You know, just like every good thing, neighbor, you have to reinvent yourself and come right back. It's a matter of reinventing yourself. Look at the topics that are most topical and tend to galvanize the support of the people. Because people are going to look to say, well, neighbor was very good in terms of how we handled Politics Plus as we commentate on the world politics moving forward. Let us now start to look at the topical issues that are current and exciting and people will gravitate towards. So you're going to have to reinvent yourself and come back. And as long as you have and are talking about the things that people want to hear about, they'll come right back and listen. That is what media is all about, you know. It's talking about the topical issues and
Why did you come on, Barry? Because you have been in this space here a lot, why have you done it?
All right, let me tell you, neighbor. I am not in Jamaica. I'm a member of the Jamaica Labour Party, and based on the fact that I would have migrated to the United States for reasons that I wish not to disclose on here, right? I am still a member of the Jamaica Labour Party, a paid up member of the Jamaica Labour Party. I am not a supporter. I am more than a supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party. So I can't be in the space physically to give off my support, to go and try to influence those people that I have influence over. So I figured if I were able to go on these platforms where a lot of people would come from time to time, listen to what I have to contribute, I would be able to kind of win some people. And I'm using this opportunity, this space, to actually make my voice be heard. You know, and as somebody who has been in education, been in government for probably all my life in Jamaica, I have chosen to be in Jamaica, to work in Jamaica. Never. I had the opportunity to be in the United States from a long, long time ago, but I have chosen Jamaica, right? And I lived in Jamaica, spent enough years in Jamaica working. And it's all because I believed in Jamaica. I invested in Jamaica. My house, my business is in Jamaica. And guess what? I have no intention to ditch Jamaica, even though I'm in the United States temporarily for the time. I intend to come back to Jamaica because I believe in Jamaica and I see Jamaica Labour Party as the best vehicle to take Jamaica to where I can live comfortable, retire comfortable, and my kids, if they want to come back to Jamaica, to live in Jamaica, neighbor, they would come back to live in a space that will be free, safe, and provide an opportunity for them to live, do business, and grow their family. And that is why I'm here supporting the Jamaica Labour Party and giving up my second job to be here in the days after school.
In addition to that, too, Barry, the sentiments here in the US in terms of the diaspora, let me just put it out there. We are proud of the Jamaica that we're now seeing. Very proud. Yes? And there are persons who would have never thought in their mind or believed that they would have lived to see a Jamaica like this, one that we would have only envisioned. But no, such a vision is now a reality. And the only thing we can do to maintain that is to support the government led by Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party.
Neighbor, I tell you this, you see, when Bruce Golan won the election, you know, my father was a Rockstone Labourite from Bustamante days, you know. He was, when Mr. Edward Siaga was in Boxing Town doing his sociology degree, his research paper for his sociology degree, he moved to Boxing Town and to live with the people, right, and live among the people while he was doing his research. My father was the man who took Bustamante told Siaga that when you when you go to Boxing Town, go find this man, they call him Bull Martin at the time, or Sheriff, right? So Sheriff was Mr. Siaga chaperone. So everywhere Mr. Siaga would go in the community, my father would be there with Mr. Siaga, right? And when Mr. Siaga lost the election in 1989, as a child, I saw my father cried for the first time in my life, right? Now, he never actually got a chance to see the Jamaica Labour Party in power until 2007, when Bruce Colin won the election. And the morning after the election, when I went to see him, he said to me, son, I never knew I would have lived to see my party win another election. So guess what? Me can dead now. He said to me, I can die now because I see my party win another election. That was how important Jamaica, how much he believed in Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
So I said to him, say, Daddy, why you say you can die now? He said, listen to me. If Jamaica Labour Party win an election, I have every confidence that you will live in a country that will do well for you and your children.
There you go.
That's what he said to me, you know.
Yeah. Hold on there, Barry. Don't move. There's a new caller. Oh, he's gone. But he's left. All right. That is great stuff. Boy, it's nice. It's been nice talking to you here, Barry.
Always good talking to you, neighbor.
Yes. We want to make sure that we have you back for the election. And
I will be around here. I will be around, and I will be there to celebrate with all of you, neighbor. You know, at first, you know, I tell everybody this, you know, I don't know your political antecedents, and I don't know if you are even a Labour writer as we speak.
Me, sir?
Right? Yes,
no,
sir.
I'm not a Labour writer.
Right?
No.
So I'm saying to you, I'm saying to Jamaica right now, that it is through politics plus, right, that neighbor would have actually shaped his whole belief in this Jamaica society, and having gotten a chance to ventilate what is actually happening in Jamaica, he has become more convinced. I honestly believe that you have become more convinced that it is this vehicle that will take us. Because trust me, no, neighbor, if you were to look at what happened to you under this Jamaica Labour Party government, you would never speak a word of good things about Jamaica Labour Party. You know?
Never saw it. Well, they make me a suck salt.
Right? So it is true. It is just because you believe in the fact that this government can actually take us to where we want to go. But under this government, neighbor, if you have felt their hands, you know, and not necessarily, but you know, policies and policies. And like I said, after this election, there's always hope because we believe in what you do and we believe in what your institution do. And I said, there's always hope, neighbor, and don't worry about it.
Neighbor, hold on. Can you have Barry hang around for a second? I wanted to ask him something before he leaves.
Yeah, he can hang around. Go ahead.
Yeah, but neighbor, did you see, and big up yourself, one scratchy, because I don't know, or he left. All right, I just wanted to ask your neighbor, did you see we had this conversation the other day about Westmoreland, and you were telling me that you found it unbelievable, that what I was telling you. Did you see that reflected in the polls yesterday coming out of Nationwide, that blue dot poll? I don't know if you saw it.
Well, I have gotten additional information, sir, that that Danny Lawrence is ahead. By
some 10%.
I've actually gotten information that West, that's his James.
Garfield James.
James is likely to win that one too. By the way, Central Westmoreland was never in question, you know.
No, I told you.
Central Westmoreland was always very, very strong, but there was some doubt with Danny. My understanding, sir, is that Dayton Campbell is going to struggle.
And listen, when I told you the other day, you were saying, "Well, can this be true?" And I'm happy that the polls.
You know, sir. To be frank, there is perception in politics, and it must not be discounted. And when you see the type of support that the PNP initially got. I don't know if you listened to this program all along, because I had to deal with it, you know. I had to deal with it for my listeners to get them to understand that crowd support needs to be, you feel very careful with it. But sir, if Westmoreland is the PNP's bastion, one of the PNP's strongest, if not the strongest parish, and polls were showing the PNP ahead. And when you look at what happened in the local government election, that the PNP won the popular vote, Westmoreland is a gone for the PNP. Westmoreland, Hanover, you write that off.
But neighbor, what did I tell you? Didn't I say to you that we cannot use the local government elections to reflect what will be the outcome of the general? I said to you...
But you must admit, sir, that the recovery of the Jamaica Labour Party over the last couple of months has been phenomenal.
It has been. It has been.
It has been phenomenal, sir. And you know, sir, let me tell you this. Ever since the Prime Minister went out in halfway through to distribute those little books, the Labour Party has won the election every single day except one Saturday that the PNP went to Crossroad. They have dominated the election, sir. They have run a fantastic campaign. And the fortunes of the Labour Party have been turned around so significantly that right now, I don't even know what to expect next week, Wednesday.
Well, neighbor, let me tell you
something. Of the Labour Party, if the ground game of the Labour Party comes and is at peak performance, there could be a massive election for the Labour Party next Wednesday.
Yeah. Neighbor, you know, I gotta tell you where I think the starting of the turn, the where the curve started for the Jamaica Labour Party. You know, you're in a 400 meter and reach the first curve on the track, or the first turn on the track. The first turn on the track came after the Heroes Circle demonstration. You see that first turn after the Heroes Circle demonstration? Yes. That was where the big argument start with comrades and labor rights. After that, the Heroes Circle demonstration, when they bring out all of their dinosaurs and the people come out there and didn't even know what they were demonstrating for.
Exactly.
That kind of started the whole conversation.
When Dayton Campbell gave the Prime Minister, what, 72 hours?
72 hours, right.
I mean, come on. By the way, hold on a little bit. This caller wanted to come in all along. ATB?
Hi, how are you?
I am fine. Hi. How are you?
So I've been watching your program from, I'm in Canada. I've been watching your program for quite some time. And I am very impressed with your comments. I mean, like, you know, especially Barry. Barry have a sense of humor, you know. And I've worked with politicians for quite some time in Jamaica. I work with, you know, a few diplomats also. And I can tell you, man, and Jonas, I'm 45 years old now, and Jonas is the best thing in Jamaica ever see. I know from Michael Manley days, where I met him in 1990 before he stepped down in a place called Taunton. That's in Northeast St. Elizabeth. And I'm telling you, I see some great opportunities of being able to, you know, to work with. The man have energy. He have an IQ. He know to
Bits 1, 2, or 3. Thank you.
Yes, he know to find the people to put in the right place. Man, what else can we say about him? You know, he's a genius.
Usai?
Barry.
Yes,
Barry,
sir.
before you go, there is this one thing that I want you to shed some light on. That the strategy of the PNP has never changed relative to the JLP and all that. The leader, they demonize the leader of the JLP at all times. And that is how they have managed to really capture the mind of the people. With Andrew Holness, it's a little bit different because the dynamics was clear. People love Andrew. Why? Because of his charisma. And I dare say, unapologetic, that you not enter the fray of politics without charisma. If you not have it, dog, name your supper. And what has...
All right, let me...
Hold on there, Barry, before you come in, because people have to understand, that it is not the love for Andrew Holness that is making him prevail among all of these accusations and character assassination that is taking place. People did love Eddie Seaga, and I dare say that there were people who were more passionate about Mr. Seaga than they are about Andrew Holness. But let me tell you what the PNP has come up against. The PNP has come up against a new set of labor rights, a set of labor rights who are going out there and standing up for the Prime Minister, standing up in his defense, going and they're taking them on frontally wherever they are. That's the difference. Back in the day, Barry, what would happen is that the labor rights would cover. If they were on a platform and they would disengage these people and just walk away. No, we're not finding that. We're finding the labor rights who are standing up shoulder to shoulder to these people and are saying to them, listen, that's not true. That's not how it goes. And they are putting their counter arguments on the table, and they're doing it vociferously for the Prime Minister. So that's really what's taking place. It's not so much a love, because I dare tell you that people were far more passionate about Mr. Seaga than they are about Andrew Holness right now. Not that he's not loved.
And Dexter, I'll say this to you too. A comparison between the JLP under Edward Seaga and Andrew Holness. Under Edward Seaga, when people disagreed with Edward Seaga, they come and they made it known. So there was this people, this unity within the Jamaica Labour Party, because Edward Seaga came off as the one done in terms of is where the highway, right? And then you find people who were very openly opposed to some of the things that Mr. Seaga did. And so you end up with the Gang of Five, and then you find Bruce moving away from the Edward Seaga-led party to form the NDM, when JLP should have won the election when Bruce started the NDM, But it was the NDM that actually caused the Jamaica Labour Party the election.
All right,
and so, wait, let me finish. Under Andrew Holness, what you find is that Andrew Holness, not only that he took actions against his own people in the party, ministers of government, the chairman of the party does not have a ministry, right? His closest confidant, Andrew Wheatley at the time, is out of a ministry for 7 years now, right? And the other people will put aside. And guess what? These people are up, and Tufton actually took Andrew Holness to court. And who is the campaign manager for the Jamaica Labour Party now? So you understand the way that he has been able to unite the Jamaica Labour Party, right? Despite all the challenges and the difficulties that they may have had in the past. So Andrew Wheatley, the deputy GenSec, Wamington, who is out of the cabinet because of his utterances, Tufton, who he actually gave a pre-signed letter to resign as who took him to court, is now the chairman, right, of the campaign committee. So he has been able to unite the party, and there is no semblance of disagreement within the Jamaica Labour Party. And it has always been said that the only people who can beat a united Jamaica Labour Party is a united Jamaica Labour Party, and is a disunited Jamaica Labour Party. And so had we stayed united throughout, because Jamaica people always see the Jamaica Labour Party as a better vehicle for taking Jamaica to progress. So just as long as we stay united, yes.
Just to pick up back on the point about charisma, I am telling you that Andrew Holness is able to do what he do politically relative to the people gravitating to him because of
yes, that is true.
Yes, charisma. And I'll say, and I'll dare say this, without it, politics is not your field. One of the things that is beating, one of the major things that I believe is beating the PNP, they cannot find a leader that is as charismatic as Andrew Holness.
But charisma,
I disagree with the neighbor because I'm going to tell you why I disagree with it. I disagree with it because you have a guy like PJ Patterson, who is the least charismatic politician we have had in Jamaica.
That's not true.
And I tell you, PJ Patterson is the least charismatic person we have had in our political landscape. And he has gone on to win 3 consecutive elections.
That is not
what
true.
It takes. What it takes.
With that.
And you can disagree, you're allowed to. But what it takes, what it takes is political organization. But I'm not discounting and unity. And that's what I'm saying is that what the PNP has come up against, what the PNP has come up against in Andrew Holness is that he has a team around him, neighbor, that will go out there and they'll bat for him and they'll debunk all of these things that the PNP is putting up against him. We have people on the ground who come on these lives, who go all over the place, who will go on the platforms and engage these people frontally and deal with them in terms of their character assassination and maligning of the Prime Minister. That's what we stand as a buffer. Mr. Siaga didn't have that. He didn't have that. Barry told you about the Gang of 5 that evolved into the Gang of 10 and then eventually led to the forming of the NDM and the dividing of the party. What we have
The neighbor, it's a privilege to be on a platform with such high esteemed gentlemen and listeners. Big up on yourself, big up Mr. Neighbor. I'm hearing the conversation and I'm following it. You know, for me, I don't know if I would say Andrew Holness is charismatic. I don't know if that's the word we want to use. What I do know Andrew Holness has is a team around him, like the previous speaker said, which is true. You know, Andrew Holness, you see the type of people that is serving in his cabinet. There's a lot of people in the background, you know, like I don't know if you remember Major Rocky Mead. You know, he's been an organizer for Andrew Holness for a very long time now, since he left the army. You know, then you have the Labour Party organization. You have people up there such as Sharon A. Webster, you know. So there are some good organizers, administration around the Prime Minister. If it is that tomorrow morning Andrew Holness would say that, yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore. The party has many talents in place to take over at any time. A lot of these, what we need to look at as well, a lot of these people, such as Favour Williams, Dr. Nigel Clark, even our lady, Ambassador Marks. These people, Marks, yes. they don't come into politics because they love politics, you know. Dana Morrison, they don't love it. It's not natural for them. They're business people. They're business-minded people. Their bread and butter is business, not politics. They're doing this because they love of country. And even Dr. Nigel Clark said it himself in his own personal testimony. He said, you know, I did this because Andrew Holness asked me to do this. You know, so he has a way, Andrew Holness has a way of convincing people. Audrey Marks said it on Cliff Hughes the other day. Said the Prime Minister said to her, in order to make a difference, you need to be the fighting around Edward Seago, all the fighting that was going on, the disunity, the infighting, all of that. Edward Seago didn't do nothing. He was just quiet because he knew he had somebody coming. Him said the person that he wanted wasn't ready yet. And then now we've seen this is a result of Edward Siago's work. Sometime in your generation or in your lifetime, it might not be. But then it's in when you gone now, that's when your legacy, you know, this is I'm gonna make, and I'm done. You see, I'm next week going into the election. I'm worried. I am very worried, and I'm not worried for the Jamaica Labour Party. I'm worried for the PNP. I'm worried that if it is that we end up with a landslide, we could be staring at them being in Holness for a very long time.
For a long time. We have a viable opposition.
We need a viable. No, we don't want. We need, because we need people to speak truth to power. We need people to hold this government to account. We need that.
And you know, sir. You know, sir. I say, you know, it is why Andrew Holness is Prime Minister today, you know, is because he was a very responsible opposition when Portia was Prime Minister. Because he did not tear down all the policies that the government had then. What he did, he supported policies that he thought were good policies. And the policies that he thought needed to be revised, he was opposed those policies and provide alternative. But what we find is that this current batch of people who call themselves PNP, they will tear down the house if you just build it and start from ashes just in order to be in power. And that is what we do not want.
Are we seeing, because this is the current thought that I'm now entertaining. All the others that I've entertained before, I've seen unfold in front of my eyes. This is the one that I'm now thinking about. Are we now seeing the possibility of a next party? Not the pastor party or any other party where fresher come out. I'm talking about politicians who have been in politics, who have been battered in the PNP, leaving the PNP to form a new political party.
Let me answer your question.
Are we seeing this? Should the PNP lose this election?
All right, and I've said this in the past, and I tell you this, and I've said this, that Mark Golden will not be the opposition leader after this election.
Separate and apart from that,
wait, let me finish the point. So the new opposition leader, because Mark Golden Risers United will not command enough seat in government for him to be voted in as the opposition leader. And I think the people who will become MPs for the People's National Party will not choose Mark Golden as a new opposition leader. And then it is that new person who has become opposition leader will now begin to reshape the People's National Party to become a viable opposition.
So
where
would Risers go? Because I believe that they're going to be around.
They are going to be around, but guess what? The new leadership of the PNP will now decide to steer, just the way Mark Golden and Peter Bunting took up leadership of the People's National Party and Dayton Campbell, and they have steered the PNP away from being a PNP to becoming the Risers. The PNP will get back to the core of being the People's National Party, and they will now start to shape the party and identify quality talents, I would imagine, to actually fill some of these seats that are vacant. That will be there, because a lot of these people will not contest the election again because they are broke.
But Mr. Barry, what you will end up with if you go down that line of what's that? Oh, what you would end up? Oh, he's gone. I have a phone call. No, but I'll carry on. What you will end up with that line of reasoning is you'll end up with a split vote. So you're looking at
and that is
Labour
what I'm
Party
getting at.
in government for a very long time.
That is what I'm
Because
getting
yes,
at.
I think the Rise United Party is on their last breath. Honestly, that's my honest opinion. I might be wrong.
Remember,
but I think this will be it for them.
Remember what happened with the Labour Party in the how we got NDM. What I am seeing is that I've said this probably 2 months ago. People never believe, or they knew and just disregarded it. The party is not fully united. There is a split. There are persons who supported one PNP that is not comfortable with the way in which Rise, as the dominant force in the party, now is progressing. And so losing this election, this is fact. A lot of political career is currently on ventilation. Yes, losing this election means that those ventilation support cut off. In my mind, this is what I'm thinking, that there will be another political machinery coming out of the PNP, and of course, other persons around, other probably independent candidates forming another political party. That is what I am feeling.
You know what I say? Singapore is a one-party state, you know. And if you look at what they are currently doing as a country, their per capita income is up to about $30,000 per person. Is it 25 or 30 or is 50? I don't remember. But their per capita income is a significant
it's
high
about
number.
64,000 US.
64,000 US per person, right? Now, and they are one party state. And this did not achieve with the kind of ins and outs that we have seen since Lee Kuan Yew. So you have one government coming and then the next one coming. There's some level of consistency and rules of laws, because we are able to have a parliament that has been able to pass laws that actually protect the state, shape the state, and set up order in the country. I see my prime minister currently as somebody who wants to develop some level of order in Jamaica. And I say this to people, you know, that right now, crime, murders, unaliving, shootings, and such, robberies and all of those things are the police #1 priority, and they are focusing a lot on that, and traffic violations and stuff. As soon as those become under control, and the police work has become much less because crime is under control, we are going to begin to see a lot of pivoting towards order in the society. And when we begin to see order in the society, it's now telling us that we have turned the corner as a country, where people now are not now feel free to eat from their boxes and throw it on the street or throw it in the drain. Or you people come on the street side and they just...
Mr. Barry.
Yeah.
Mr. Barry, sir, a lot of those, what you're mentioning, are more like cultural developments.
Yes.
You know, cultural stuff, which can't be changed overnight.
No, but I'm just saying to you, sir, the point I'm trying to make is that, you see, because these things have to be enforced, right? It's not like you can just expect...
But Mr. Barry, yeah. Jamaica don't have a law issue, you know, because we have all sorts of laws.
It's an enforcement issue that I have.
Yeah.
But,
yes,
so the point I'm trying to say to you is that the people who we have to enforce these laws, they are so occupied with the whole issue of major crimes, police in criminal areas, trafficking outlaws, robberies and all of these things. So our resources are tied up in fighting those. So the moment we are able to reduce those major crimes to a manageable level, we will have more resources to put in to enforcing some of these simple issues that are now plaguing our society from turning the corner. And that is, I mean, like where I live now.
I don't want to be misguided. So just for clarification, Skyfall, are you saying that lawlessness is not the issue or was never the issue?
No. He says the lack of laws.
It's no. So Jamaica have enough laws. It's just the enforcement, as Barry rightly said. You know, we don't need more laws on the books. And also, it's a cultural thing to know that you're not gonna walk down the road and throw your box on the road or your rubbish, just dash it on the road like that. You understand what I'm saying? So these things, you know, you need to have it in you that you will not do that because you're taking care of Jamaica. Love for country.
Lawlessness, right? It is enshrined in the fabric of our Jamaican culture. Lawlessness.
Okay.
And look, how I know this, it's not even up for debate. When Jamaicans leave their country and they go to a next country, we know England have felt it. Canada has felt it. The United States have felt it. So lawlessness.
I don't know if I agree with that though. Ken.
Well, let us hear.
I don't know if I agree with that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Let me pull this one out. Wally British. That's one I'm going to pull up. That is relative to the UK, which would have allowed the imposition of visa to travel to the United Kingdom. So this is not something to sugarcoat. It is because of the state of our condition being lawless that it begs the need for stronger measures and stronger enforcement to those measures. But it does not negate from the fact that lawlessness is rooted cultured in our society. That's not up for debate.
Well, and that's not what I was debating though. I was simply saying that, I mean, if we're looking at the trajectory of where our country is going, right? I mean, and I'm making the point. Where I live, it's like we probably major crimes are pretty much non-existent. So what you find is that the police, what they do is enforcement in terms of pretty simple things.
Need for stronger enforcement.
Yeah. So if you throw a piece of trash on the road through your car window, you can rest assured that you'll get a ticket, because at least if some camera pick you up on your license plate, get picked up, or somebody's gonna send you a ticket in the mail, or you are going to have a policeman pull you over or something. I mean, simple that. By just throwing something through your window.
Barry,
no,
the Prime Minister said we're heading there, you know.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So, and I'm saying to you now, a little bit down the road in the major city, if you drive down there, you can break a one-way and you get away with it. Because guess what? Shootings and unaliving are the major thing. And you find that the police are occupied with trying to make sure that they protect, they deal with these major issues. Because robberies, shooting, and all of those things are a big thing down in that little town down there. So you could make a U-turn in the middle of the road, you could drive up a one-way, and you don't see a policeman stop you. And even if a policeman stop you, listen, man, turn around and go back the other way and give you a blind. But if you ever do it where I live, even if you call a thing, they have a thing that is called rolling. If you pull up to a stop sign and don't come to a complete stop and a policeman is there, he's gonna charge you for rolling. Yeah. Right? Simple thing like passing too close to a policeman when he stops on the road. That's another law. Move over law. Those are some of the things that they enforce. I mean, if you have crime down significantly, where that has not been a major issue for the police, they will have more time to start to deal with enforcement. People urinating on the street, on the side of a wall. People eating and throwing their garbage on the street. People selling their stuff on the
Certainly. This was one of the three things that made me see Andrew differently in 2016. or even in the first election when he assumed leadership of the party. We were coming from a place of tribalized politics. You over there, so me over here, so. Anybody remember the first time when a political campaign is in IREV and PNP and JLP had danced with them one another? When was that the first time? Anybody can recall? When Andrew became leader of the JLP. And I watched that. That was the one, that was probably the third. I mean, I say, yo, this man has shift the political dynamics, you know. Yes? And right through the election. So till one day, I ascribe to the term that politics is a national sports day in Jamaica. That was how I came about that term, to say that politics becomes a national sports day in Jamaica, where everybody is just having a political camaraderie, except for now. Yes, and two, when he became Minister of Education, I was in high school and I felt the shift. I knew nothing about politics. I just knew that something changed in the classroom. I was probably in 10th grade. That was two. And number three, when he won the election and I saw the image of Jamaica, the civic pride of Jamaicans, that was when I said, okay, then we have now in our midst a leader, a person that transcends political boundaries. And so the PNP knew that they had to come with something to tear him down, but it didn't work, and it cannot work. Clean, pure, and I'll dare say charismatic. When Andrew got grown and I walk the streets of Jamaica, watch the charisma. That's where you see the dynamics of the levels of his charisma. And the historians tell me, like Richard O'Brien Chang, that the last time they saw that was with Bustamante. Portia also had charisma, you know, the people loved her because she was charismatic and she made good for TV. But it cannot be downplayed by watch Andrew hold. All right, if you want to see the level of Andrew's charisma, move Jamaica outside. Watch Andrew on the international scene. Movie star. Movie star. The way him walk, the way him dress, the way him carry himself. Movie star. All of that is charisma. And people love the optics.
Now, let me tell you this though, guys. I tell you, I will come back to the whole issue of where we are today. I mean, the last week this time we were fighting with PNP would be coming on this and these live and other lives to debunk and to spew a lot of lies. If you notice, the appetite for this kind of conversation has totally dissipated from the different lives that we have. We do not want people to come up here and have the discussion about, we're moving away from the you said, this, who did that and who did that. What we're looking forward to what is going to happen after Wednesday. And that is where our headspace is. We're looking forward to Wednesday. We're looking forward to actually making sure that we cement this victory as supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and looking beyond, looking forward to where our Jamaica will be. And for me and others who live in the diaspora, I mean, I can't wait to see some of these plans that are currently on the books for Jamaica. Because guess what? I know that, I mean, people will probably say, why are you still in the United States? You know, you have to, there's a time when you had to keep your option alive. Probably if I was in Jamaica, if the Jamaica Labour Party had won in 1989, election, or probably an election subsequent to those, I probably would be in Jamaica right now and not in the United States. But now, since Andrew became Prime Minister, my hopes for Jamaica, right, has been so lifted. And to the point where most of my investments and most of what I have are in Jamaica. And that's where I intend to retire. That's where I intend to move to. And what I'm seeing, I have some friends of mine who are calling me every day, Mr. Martin, want me, you can't find a piece of land in Jamaica for buy for me. There's a time when people look at me and blatantly said to me, listen, I'm not going back down there. I mean, I go for a visit, yes.
Me have to whisper
but no,
this.
People, yeah.
Me have to whisper this. I told my wife, the make we buy a piece. When Andrew broke, because I'm from St. Thomas, and when Andrew broke the ground in St. Thomas to build the town center and the highway and all of that, I said, look, let's get a piece of dirt before it's too late. She said, St. Thomas? Abaka God, we're on one part. No, she's telling me that we need to revisit that prospect. That is the sense of pride. No, me over the US. No Jamaican, no proud of Jamaica like me. When I talk about Jamaica, I talk about Jamaica as if it is heaven. That's the civic pride.
Pride, yeah.
That is afforded the Jamaican people by Andrew.
Can I ask a question, please? Barry, it's a question from Mr. Barry. Mr. Barry, you said something earlier. You made mention of Singapore. I wanted to understand your thought process. Were you making mention of Singapore to say that we should probably adopt that model of a one-state government?
Well, not necessarily. No. I mean, I'm always in for democracy, and holding our government into check, and a viable opposition always does that, you know. But I'm simply saying that sometimes, I mean, it's like it's up for discussion, you know, and I say that because if we look at where we have gone over the years, in terms of how we would have in the 1960s coming forward, right? Jamaica was growing leaps and bounds, and if you look at the plan that Jamaica had for the government then had for Jamaica, if we had continued on the same trajectory, we probably would be in a similar position to that of Singapore. But because we have been changing hands over the years, you have one party coming. They would have actually done so in the 1960s, in the late 1960s. Our growth in the economy was somewhere in the region of about 18.2%. Right? By the 1970s, late 1970s, we have lost about some 25% of our GDP. Right? In the 1980s, we saw a return to some level of growth within the economy. And by the 1990s, we became so burdened by debt and we were fin-sacked, right? And to the point where we would have lost over 40% of our GDP to fin-sack, would have actually lost 44,000 businesses, people's lives, and the country would have set back significantly. Murder rate skyrocketed, and you look at our debt skyrocketed during that period of time. Fast forward to 2007, when we begin to see a return to some normalcy in our economy. We saw under Bruce Golding, he kind of came in and removed some of those non-performing government entities such as Air Jamaica, the sugar companies, that were actually an albatross around the economy. And as a result of that, it kind of freed us up in a time when we had a world recession. Well, Bruce did the heavy lifting. I mean, we had some challenges, yes, but because we did the heavy lifting, we actually had the first JDX where we actually swapped out some of our debtors for some lower interest rate. Because, you know, we're pursuing this high interest rate regime in the 1990s coming up to 2007. So JDX 1 was very important for us as a country. And it was so good that after we lost the election in 2011, the then government thought it fit to do a JDX 2, which also was very good. We actually introduced the whole issue of fiscal responsibility framework to kind of ensure that we did not go back to where we were coming from in the 1990s. And that the idea started under Bruce Golding, right? And so if you look at that, moving forward to let me just
Sorry, I
finish.
was gonna.
Moving forward
Oh,
to
sorry.
26. Let's move forward to 2016. We saw where Andrew Holness came in. And what he did, he actually made sure that we reduce our debt to GDP, freeing up fiscal space within the economy. So what it is indeed doing is actually spending money that you have. Now our borrowings have become significantly less, and we're now able to grow the economy in a way that we are now able to fund a lot of our budget from resources that we would have collected. And the amount of borrowing is very minimal. And we will continue to reduce our debt to GDP as we continue to move forward, freeing up more fiscal space within the economy to modernize our economy, create employment opportunity, and create a better life for those who are less fortunate. And this is where Jamaica is going. And if you notice, it is under the Jamaica Labour Party administration that we have been able to do it better for Jamaica as against under the People's National Party.
Oh, you're right. You're right. And the reason why I asked that question is because quite a lot of people in Jamaica actually have that belief system that we should be a one party state. But I disagree with that position because you see, once your guy is in power, you know, and your guy is doing what you want him to do, you don't know what the next guy coming to power is going to do. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know. Singapore is a unique model. You know, credit to them.
It is a unique model. It is a unique model. I mean, one party state can be very dangerous to a country, you know. Like, for example,
it hasn't worked anywhere. It hasn't worked anywhere.
I mean, like, but it has to be a conviction. A person who leads a one party state would have to have the best interest of the country and its people at heart. And if you do, you will not oppress. Yeah, you will not oppress the people. But when that person leaves, the person coming in does not have the same idea, the same mentality, then what would have is
problems.
Yeah, you know, so but like I said, you have to just understand, you know,
the fiscal
where my
responsibility, the fiscal responsibility rules that you spoke of, it was definitely brought to Parliament by Bruce Gold and Audley Shaw. It was actually passed by that government. And the PNP introduced an amendment that they could access, you know, in cases of emergencies, they can basically break that law. Not break it, but you know, it was passed by.
But actually, let me tell you something. And if we see a similar pattern coming like we saw in the 1960s, when the government was doing so well. And I tell you what it is. We have been able to reduce our debt to GDP significantly, and we have been able to free up some space in the economy. Now, there's a projection for the debt to GDP to go down to 60%, right, by the next financial year, if we were to follow the fiscal commissioner. Now, what that will do for us, that will free up some about 2.5% of fiscal space within the economy, probably creating for us about a $70 billion space. The present People's National Party has promised out that $70 billion to about 80,000 Jamaican people. So the government of the day would have actually worked with the people of Jamaica, caused them to tighten their budget. Let's vote for a better Jamaica. Yeah. Can you just mute it? Yes. Would have caused them to tighten their budget. And now that the opportunity come for us to create some fiscal space, the PNP wants to win government and to promise this $70 billion of fiscal space that we would have been created to give it to 80,000 Jamaicans to a $3.5 million tax threshold. What happened to the rest of Jamaica who has tightened their belt for all these years? Are you saying that you're only going to give this to 80,000 people because you want to win an election? That is not fair. It's the same thing we saw in the 1970s. Yes.
Mr. Barry, let me say something to you. The other night, on the debating where the one that Peter Bunting was on, and I don't know if anybody didn't pick it up because I hear nobody talking about it. And you can go back and watch the replay. It's on YouTube somewhere. You would have heard Peter Bunting utter this statement. He said sorry, background noises. Sorry. He would have uttered the statement of we have to be radical in our thinking, in our social approach. Radical. When he used the word radical to me, you know what that gave me? Immediately my mind was taken back to when we were going along really nicely well. We were going along, and then Manley came and Manley became radical. He was radical. You understand what I'm saying to you, Mr. Barry?
Yes. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And it's that radicalness that has brought us to decades.
To decades of
economic constraint.
Definitely, you know. And so we don't want to go
It
back
was
there.
concerning. It was concerning.
Yeah, I see we have a fancy face. Is it
Fancy Hilton? Fancy Hilton.
Fancy Hilton.
Go ahead, your turn.
You probably want to make a contribution.
Maybe she don't realize
Fancy.
she's in the box. Fancy.
Yes, Fancy, how are you? Are you with us? Oh, she's down.
She didn't realize. Somebody else here?
Keenan. All right, Dexter, you're back with us, Dexter, all right?
Yes, I know this that I got knocked out of the box, but
yeah, I'm not sure what happened, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened either. But you know, Barry, let me ask you about Singapore. Is it that Singapore, because this is what I wanted to ask, and I realized I was wrong. Is it that Singapore is a one state country?
One party
country rather. One party state. Or is it that we have competing parties like we have in Jamaica, but the people
but they are not
tend
able to
vote.
win a match. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that for your listeners because I think that people are beginning to think that I'm looking at some of the comments. One party state. Or is it that we have competing parties
They are able to win a match. Yes.
Yeah, I think the live is freezing up. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, there's somebody live that was open. Yeah. So basically, they have other political parties, but they have not been able to gain the kind of traction.
They're not able to capture any seat in Parliament.
In Parliament, and it is because of the performance of the present administration. I mean, if a country would have taken you from the brink of collapse, if a party would have taken you from the brink of collapsing, right? Remember, one at the time that Singapore was one of the poorest countries in the world, you know, right? And to have turned around and transformed their economy to the point where they are now seen as one of the fastest growing and as the highest GDP per capita in the world, which simply means that there was some great level of transformation that took place in Singapore. And if I was living in Singapore, I wouldn't want to vote for any other party but that one, because I do not want, I don't see any other country in the world being performing like my party performing. So why would I want to change them?
Yeah, and that's the point.
Simply me. Yes. No?
That's the point I keep making to people, because now what the PNP is doing, and the PNP is trying to put across to the people, because they have lost the debate on the economy. They have lost the debate on crime. You know, they have lost the debate on youth empowerment and the other major issues in the country. They are now losing the debate on corruption, because now the people are now finding out that this argument that they're making against the prime minister regarding his statutory declaration is a farce.
And his 28 bank accounts.
And his 28 bank accounts. It's all a farce. So they're losing the argument. So what they're now doing, Barry, and you probably can tell me your opinion on this. They are now going about now to say, okay, we don't want one party to be in power beyond 2 terms because it is smack of dictatorship. Which you have made the point that in Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, and that is why I don't like this argument about charisma, because Lee Kuan Yew was never considered a charismatic leadership. What he was considered as was a leader who built institutions. There were built-in institutions within the society that protected against corruption and looked out for the better interest of the people. So that's what I'm saying, is that if you have a government that is doing well for you, you know, you have a government that is performing on your behalf, why change the government? Why not continue with that government?
Of course, and basically that is what the Jamaica people do.
Sir, the government does not elect themselves. What the government does, it puts it puts it to the people. So if the people if the people keep electing the government fairly, then you don't have no problem.
Absolutely.
We don't need to change. Yes.
No.
Can I offer an opinion on this?
Hold on. The people of Jamaica will have a choice to make on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And if they make a choice for the Jamaica Labour Party, we accept that. 5 years down the road, they will have to make another choice. And if they keep the Labour Party, it's the people who do it.
It is the people, and
there's nothing named dictatorship here.
Dictatorship in that.
Where you don't have elections. Or authoritarianism is where even when there are elections, those elections are mere a farce.
I'm of the opinion, you see, that the PNP, they come with these different arguments purely because they're desperate to protect the legacy of PJ Patterson.
Ma'am, I heard him in a tape today endorsing Dayton, Mr. Siaga made this foolish point.
You are joking, Deba. Are you joking?
Yes.
Being serious?
Yeah, I was telling you that Mr. Siaga actually made this point, about 2 terms. When I think he himself wanted to get back into power. But the fact of the matter is that it is the people that decide their government. And if a government performs and the people feel like they want to keep them, then that's perfectly okay. It could be for 20 terms. No problem.
But I think they're desperate to protect the legacy of a PJ Patterson. The three term. They're desperate to protect that. They want to say we had the longest serving prime minister. That's my honest opinion.
Because if it was the legacy that PJ Patterson left behind, I would certainly tell you that the only legacy that PJ Patterson left behind is a failed economy that has caused so many Jamaicans to be suffering today. And I tell you, and I say this to people, neighbor, I know you're a man of the cloth, and you don't want me to say certain things on your program. But I say this to you because I don't, and it's not a hate speech. PJ Patterson and others like him who presided over so many people losing their wealth, so many people losing their lives because of their policies. They will live and they will want to die and can't die. They will want to lie down and get up and they can't get up. They want to sit down and they can't sit down. They will suffer. They will not die because sufferation must reach them for all of this that they would have done to the people of Jamaica. And that's what I'll say now. I don't know if it's bad or it's good. But I'm not wishing death on them. I'm wishing sufferation at its highest. They have more money than they can ever imagine to spend. Right? And the money that they have can't help them. And that is what I wish for them. That they will lie down in their bed and they can't move because nobody's there to turn them. They are the beck and call of their helpers. And they take off their pampers and throw it to all over the place when they pass there, you know what. And mess up the place. And that is what I want to wish for them. Because the suffering.
Barry. It's all right. We get all right, Barry. Thanks. Oh man, it was KD Knight that said they created a new class of poor. I'm sure that man is confused because him say something and then him say no. Him never say it and then him say go ahead, Dexter.
Skyfall, you can't blame Barry because what Mr. Patterson and his administrations have done to this country is something that is beyond evil. When you have a system that led to, according to Deacon Thwaites, the most massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich since slavery was abolished in this country. That's how he described it, It's really something that is beyond evil, what Deacon Thwaites was actually doing, was making a comparison between that high interest rate policy that was pursued by the Patterson administration during his time and slavery. So, you can't blame Barry for thinking the way he thinks about these people, because what they have done is that they have perpetrated the greatest evil that has ever been and you know what? And to think that the people of Jamaica.
Let's go back to our folks online before I show the listeners my mother dancing. Oh God.
But why are you laughing so much, neighbor?
Because, for an 86-year-old woman to be out on the street dancing to Labour Party song, it's just...
I said it to you here yesterday, neighbor. Andrew Holness has inspired a new set of people.
Can you imagine?
Inspired, and I'll use that word inspire because that's what I see. It's right across. You hear it a lot of times. People say, I'm not voting, I've never voted, but I'm voting this time. I've heard it so many times. But I wanted to go back to the conversation Dexter was having just now, where he said, also you, neighbor, I'll ask everybody on the panel, yourself included. You said that if the people want to vote for a government over and over, and that's the government they'll get. And I agree with that. But if you vote for a bad government in turn, a bad government, right? Do you think the people deserve a leader, that sort of leadership, because they voted for it? They get the leader they deserve?
Wait, what you describe as a bad government?
PJ Pattinson's government.
Well, sir, there are several things to be discussed in that period, because some would argue that the PNP won by default.
That's true. That is true.
And a couple of things need to be said for the young people listening. First of all, I don't know that those were fair elections, sir. Fair elections.
That's true. There's an argument to be had there also.
No, and there's evidence there too, sir. There was a time when Porter Simpson Miller got 5% of the votes. In her
yes, I remember that. That. I was young, but I remember of it.
Secondly, sir, is that the Labour Party at that time was not ready for government, to be frank. The divisions in the Labour Party were bad. Barry's a member of the party, he can admit. The Gang of Five, Gang of
So in other words, you're saying it's circumstances that dictated why we ended up with such a government.
With the financial sector collapse, sir, the PNP still managed to win the election. Come on. 40,000
circumstances then.
Putting thousands of people out of work. There was abject poverty on the land. I spoke about this on my program, sir, where I explained the mushrooming of the informal economy, where people coming into Kingston had to go on the street to start washing car glasses. Even prostitution mushroomed during that time, sir. Things were very bad. But
and neighbor, don't forget the drug mule thing.
Imagine that. Yeah, the hopelessness, sir. Talk to the artists. The songs over that time spoke to the murders. Went as high as 1,700. Inflation, sir, during the 90s went up at 70%. 70%. Interest rates were through the roof, right? Come on. What are you talking about winning elections? You win an election with the collapse of your economy. Something was wrong, sir. And I think the Labour Party ought to take some of the blame for that, because they never got their acts together. And what we have now is a shadow, is a vast improvement over the very divisions in that party. So a united party don't lose elections, sir. And the PNP was very united, not to mention how they institutionalized a lot of Jamaica. And even corruption. When you look at the corruption, Navy is online. Navy, come here. Let me tell you something, you see, sir. Barry just said something that I wouldn't say in terms of, what he wished. But when you look at corruption, I tell you that there is a little way that I'm a little bit disappointed with how the government handled the debate. the debates. Because I don't think the PNP should be able to win. Well, they didn't win, but any debate in Jamaica. You understand what I'm saying to you, sir? When you look at corruption under the PNP, you know, man. And I heard Mr. Patterson in a tape saying, you know, that it was genuine mistakes that people made. Genuine mistakes that people made. And one time he called it youthful exuberance.
Youthful exuberance on the part of Mr. Falwell. I will never forget that.
It was youthful exuberance. No, sir. And you know, for the PNP to come back politically in Jamaica, a couple generations will have to pass, because I think one of the things affecting the PNP even now is that 18 and a half years of reckless management of the power. It's affecting them now, because every time that they seek to project, people remind them. Look at Holness on the debate on Thursday was able to recollect Pinsan. You know, it's a stain on the PNP. And I don't know how they're going to shake it off. It's a stain on them, right? And the credibility of that party to state their claim for government. I pointed out to my listeners that Peter Bunting, in the debate, said, well, when you talk about helping the middle class, we talk about observing the fiscal rules. I don't know if anybody heard him. That the PNP is virtually saying fiscal rules, where that I go? You know, where that I go? That speaks to the type of thinking that you could agree on fiscal rules, legislate it, and you are saying that we're talking about being restrained by fiscal rules. Yes, we need the restraint.
Yeah, dispense with them, neighbor, when it becomes political expedient. That's what he's saying. Just dispense with them when it becomes political expedient.
Did you hear him, sir?
Yes, I heard him. I heard him. Yes.
Yeah. And I wonder how media in Jamaica don't pick that up, because there were many concerns, even Damian Crawford on this program, where he was arguing whether or not it was the PNP or the Jamaica Labour Party responsible for these fiscal rules. And I promised my listeners that I am going to explain to them why these fiscal rules were necessary, what they are, and what would be the danger in not observing the fiscal rules. And Peter Bunting says, maybe.
Here is the confusion with that, no, neighbor. Because here the PNP is claiming that they are the architect of this new economy that has emerged in Jamaica. But no, he's asking you about if it is the PNP or the JLP is responsible for that fiscal rule, to say, oh, that's a JLP thing. But it is those fiscal rules that laid the foundation under Bruce Golding and Audley Shaw, that laid the foundation for what is happening now. You see what I'm saying? Where people can't just go and just borrow money wantonly and saddle the Jamaican taxpayers with debt that spiraled up to 200% above GDP. That's what I'm saying.
You know, Dexter, if you listen carefully to how the PNP campaigned in this election, you realize that they have endorsed the Labour Party economic management.
Yeah, they have.
Yes. And one of the funniest things in Labour, what I found interesting is Mark saying that anytime somebody from the Labour Party messes up, Andrew Holness sends them into a naughty corner. So you making that argument just, not show everything out the window. You're saying that he's holding his cabinet accountable, but then you are saying that corruption is high under Andrew Holness and he's not holding them accountable. I think many people, I don't know, neighbor. I think that many people missed a lot of things he said, because he's basically saying the man is holding them accountable. So how is the man corrupt if the man is holding them?
All right, Mr. Neighbor, 1 second. Let me just read this for everybody to hear, right? And everybody can do this. The Fiscal Responsibility Framework, FRF, in Jamaica was formally established in 2010 through amendments to the financial through the amendments to the Financial Administration Audit Act and the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act. The fiscal responsibility.
Repeat the date, please. Repeat the date,
All right,
please.
so let me just read it again. The Fiscal Responsibility Framework, right, in Jamaica was formally established in 2010 through amendments to the Financial Administration and Audit Act and the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act. The Fiscal Responsibility Framework was introduced as part of Jamaica's effort to strengthen fiscal discipline, improve transparency, and ensure debt sustainability. Its main goals were to curbing the high public debt burden, imposing strict rules on government borrowing, spending, and reporting.
I have the change. What am I doing?
Wait, remove that person from me there, right? Requiring the annual fiscal policy papers and fiscal responsibility statement to Parliament. Later, under the Jamaica's agreement with the International Monetary Fund in 2013 to 2019, the framework was further reinforced with legally binding targets for reducing the debt to GDP ratio, right?
Please
Now,
remind us who was Prime Minister in 2010, Barry.
So in
Please.
2010, Bruce Orret Golden was Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry. There's a cut in the line.
Bruce
Repeat that, please.
Orret Golden and one.
Are you sure?
One,
Please repeat that again. Sorry. You sure? I'm winding you up. I'm winding you up.
Prime Minister of Jamaica in 2010 was Mr. Bruce, the Honorable Bruce Orret Golden, and the Finance Minister was the Honorable Audley Manayard Shaw.
So how can Mark Golding go on stage in all honesty, go on stage and said, we started this thing? How?
So let me tell you something, see? The Jamaican media practitioners and the people who consider themselves analysts in Jamaica are intellectually dishonest. And I keep saying it because they know the truth.
Yeah, but there's an idiot.
I wouldn't say they don't, you know. I said they are intellectually dishonest because they know the truth and they will not call out the truth because they are singing for their supper. They are pandering to the pew. They are trying to stay in the middle as both, so whichever side come on power, they can get their jobs and keep it. And that is, I hear Damian King and Cliff Hughes program, who would have never called out Mark Golding and said it is not possible for you to implement the 3.5 in 2026 because of how much it is going to cost. And he is willing to say that the two positions are good, right? And will not say, even though Andrew said I am going to reduce income tax from 25 to 15% over a period of time as long as the fiscal space allows. He never said he's going to do it next year. That is a more practical approach to doing this. But to go and implement $3.5 million income tax threshold in 2026 budget is very irresponsible. And it is like what we saw, right, in the 1960s when Michael Manley gave farmers Z90 for go plant weed. Go there, neighbor. Yes, man.
Mommy neighbor. Mommy neighbor, yes, mommy neighbor. Mommy neighbor, yes, mommy neighbor. Where's mommy neighbor green top? Neighbor, get her a green top, you know.
Let's hear what she's dancing to here. This is so funny. I don't know why they sent it to me, you know, but it's
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is crazy. Right? Mama, go on your bed. Please, go on your bed. All right, go ahead, Barry.
So, yes, neighbor. So basically, the dishonesty in the intellectual class of Jamaica, neighbor. Because neighbor, they're not dunce, you know, neighbor. Damian King is by no means a dunce man, you know.
Not at all.
Adrian Stokes is by no means a dunce man, you know. He's a PhD. right? And some of these other analysts, neighbor, these people are people who have done well in their professional life and their career. They have led major institutions and have done well. But they will not come out and admit the truth and call out whoever is wrong because they know that if the PNP wins, they are going to get a little job somewhere because of their competence and their capabilities. Or if the JLP win, they may get a job somewhere. And that is why I don't like the intellectual dishonesty of these people. When somebody going to tell us that PNP win debate, which debate the PNP win when all them come on stage with this fluff? Now, if you tell me that you want to come to see we perform better on stage, or we can shout more, or we can tell more lies, then you can say, yes, the PNP win. But if you are going to tell me that you're putting for a politic prescription for Jamaica, and we want to see what's the better policy and the better plans for Jamaica, and tell me say PNP win, that means say you're not good. You're not lie, you're not wicked, you're not thief.
Well, yeah, you know, Barry, you have a point here. And you know, Barry, I have criticized the journalists, both Hughes and Emily Shields. I don't think that they need to be calling these debates at all, Barry.
No, they shouldn't. Leave it alone.
Leave it alone. They are influencing people's mind, because when they do that, people go away saying, Emily say them win. That means them win. What about it's objective, Barry?
Cliff, neighbor. Cliff is on a mission to win the love and support of the PNP. And you could have killed him dead. The PNP will not love and support Cliff. And Cliff, as a big man who everybody love and respect, must begin to understand. So listen to me. If some people don't love you to be 12 with your Emmy Award winning journalist,
Barry,
right? So guess what? You don't need PNP love.
The PNP have not placed one ad on his program in his station.
Yeah, but
that's it.
You see, neighbor and Barry, I don't think it's so much that, you know. My opinion is, I think Cliff is he's trying very hard to be as objective as possible. To his own detriment. To his own detriment. That you think because look, it's like in where you're residing, NBC, CNN, they go out their way to prove that they're not Democrats. While you have Fox News, it's very much Republican and saying, yes, loud and proud, we're Republicans. You understand what I'm saying?
Everybody's still watching
I think the balance that he's striving for, Barry,
yes,
is not helping himself at all, and the PNP done with them, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. But listen to the balance that he's striving. Listen to the balance that he's striving for, neighbor. When you assess a debate, and you're going to tell me that you're an opinion journalist with how many years of experience, and I'm not criticizing the gentleman, but let's listen to this. You are driving political narrative within this society.
Yes,
on an intellectual level.
A leading driver.
Yes, a leading driver, and on an intellectual level. And you're gonna tell me that someone wins a debate on optics?
Right.
Does that make sense to you? I would rather you say to me, I'm the person on the street like myself, so be the one saying, no, he won the debate on optics. You're the one to say to me, no. We can't look at a debate just on optics. We have to take it on a whole.
So you have to guide the public to look beyond the optics.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, neighbor. You have to guide people's mind. You know what I respect about Monty Perry? I think you need to bring Barry back up. I think he fell out. You know what I respected about Monty Perkins? Even if you are siding with his opinion and you have veered off that intellectual path, he brings you back. He respects people to the point that he will not let you go down that road of ignorance. And that's the contention I have with these new people who claim to be journalists, because they will know people intellectually are going down the wrong path, and just because the person side with their opinion or they like what the person is saying or the person giving them some praise or validation, they just allow them to do it. It's not
yes,
right.
Sir, because when Emily Shield, for example, on TVJ comes out and say PNP won, that's PR for the PNP, you know.
Absolutely.
PNP people not gonna thinking Emily Cook said them win, that means them win. What about the people's opinion?
what do you think about the debate? I think the journalists must engage people about their opinions and to guide people to understand the nuances, yes, the substance of the debate, and to do a fact-checking.
Neighbor, Emily Crooks right now, is it? I think where she's at, neighbor, is that the RGR Communications Group is in problems. The Gleaner Communications Group is in financial bind because they are not getting the kind of advertisement that they are accustomed to getting. Their revenue stream is running thin, and they now have to kind of looking at who we can cut and when we can cut them and so on. So people now have to be singing for their supper, neighbor, and ensuring that they're singing from the right Sankey book. And I think that is where we see Emily. She is going, trying to sing from the right Sankey book, so that when time comes to cut, she's not the one, because she's by far she's probably the most popular talk show host on RGI right now. And I mean, they are not going to take that into consideration if she's singing it's from another Sankey book. So, and at the other hand, Cliff Hughes is on radio telling people that, listen me, I am the best journalist in Jamaica right now, hands down. You don't have to sing your own story. Everybody know that. So you don't have to come and tell with that. We know that right now, since Mutty Perkins exit the stage, nobody has been able to compete with a Cliff Hughes. For ban you from actually questioning the politicians and a debate, right? And if you get to the point where Cliff Hughes has to be now singing his own Sankey, after you've been advertising all these years that you're an Emmy award-winning journalist, and then the PNP drive you to the point where you have to come and say, I'm a damn good journalist. I am the best there is in Jamaica. It leads you to the point now, neighbor, where you become self-righteous and self-cocky, which I know that is not Cliff Hughes. And it's the PNP push him. And the other thing I want to say, neighbor, Cliff Hughes has done Jamaica an injustice in the sense that he has brought up so many of these civil society people to come out here and spew venom on Jamaica and sow discards among the people of Jamaica. The Carol Narcisse, the Jam Lady, and all of these other people who have always been coming on Cliff. No other radio station have given them the kind of
striving for balance. Striving for balance.
No, but hold on.
Striving for balance.
Barry,
yes.
Barry, you know, I tell you, I'm from Central Westmoreland. And when this whole
by the way, hold on, Dexter, hold on a minute. Barry, did you hear Desmond Richards last night?
Oh, he was a disgrace.
No, I never heard him.
He was a disgrace.
No, did you hear Desmond Richards, sir?
He was a disgrace on that program. And you know this that after the break he didn't come
Desmond
back.
Richards that used to be at the Herald.
He was the same one, the PNP activist, yeah.
Oh my God.
And he was a disgrace on that program
why
last
was
night.
he here?
I don't
Why
know.
was he here?
You need to do a deep hole, neighbor.
He didn't come back
But
after
you know
the
something,
break.
but hold on. The Cliff Hughes had Desmond Richards saying to him on his program that him not believe the poll.
Yeah, the polls was rubbish. He was rubbishing the polls.
You hire a pollster, right? And you are producing the polls. You think I could take somebody up on this program to say they don't agree with his work?
Yes.
Huh?
No.
And Desmond Richards rubbish the Blue Dot polls last night. Said the PNP going to win 3-0.
Yeah, he rubbish the polls.
Huh?
Yeah. So
you heard him, Dexter?
Neighbor, I don't know, neighbor.
Hold on there, Barry. I was listening to the program and I was shocked when I heard the position that the man took. The man came out of nowhere and just started to say that he didn't believe the polls. That's what he told them. He didn't believe it. Because he made reference particularly to Manchester and said he didn't believe the polls. And he, as a matter of fact, he said,
Dexter,
yes.
But Dexter, I didn't hear that man, but sounds like he's very ignorant, because I hear the pollster said they went back into the field.
Yeah.
They said they went back into the field to check and make sure the integrity of the polls are correct. That's what I heard them saying. Because at first they couldn't believe it.
Skyfall, even after the young lady went through and and shared with the listeners and the panelists the rigorous means that they went through to get that data. They explained ad nauseum and by in an extensive way about how they captured that data. And the man told them he didn't believe the poll. And as a matter of fact, he mentioned he referred to them as them. Uno I say. That's what he said. Something to that effect.
Yeah, and you know Desmond Richards was considered at one time a good journalist, eh?
No, he was a president of the Press Association at one point.
Jamaica, yeah. The thing is, neighbor, some people have gotten older now and have lost their they become bitter with the society because of what the society did to them and what they claim the society did to them. Desmond Richards is one such person.
Barry,
why would you bring up Desmond Richards as a commentator? Why would you bring him up as a
energy? They have invested their energy in the PNP, and the PNP has disappointed them. That's where the bitterness come from. Mm-hmm.
Cliff would have been one of those two, you know.
Why would you bring up Desmond Richards as a commentator?
Because PNP refused to send a representative, so they had to send somebody that agrees with PNP.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, neighbor. If you know the antecedents of Cliff Hughes was a member of the PNP YO, you know. And then when Cliff Hughes was working at RGR and decided that he was going to leave RGR and go on his own, he was boxing bout on different channels, you know. He was on AM one at the time with his program. He was on all over the place and the PNP would never give him the license to operate a radio station in Jamaica, even though he was coming from the bowels of the People's National Party as one of them. And it was under Babsy Grange, when Babsy became minister, that he actually eventually got a license to operate nationwide. Right?
Yes.
And so you see, that is why the PNP is hell-bent on thinking that Cliff is partisan, because he causes as he sees it, right? And the PNP say, well, you're calling it for the JLP because them give you a license. But that is not true. But Cliff is trying to be balanced, you know. And guess what? There comes a time when you need to call a spade and say, listen, I am going
Barry,
to call it as I see it. Yes.
Tell me something. Are you saying that Mr. PJ Pattinson is very disingenuous then? Because I heard him at his event setting the record straight. He said these words, and you can go check it, neighbor. You can go back at the records and check. He said, some of them on radio talking about us, criticizing us, they should be glad they're there because we gave them some bandwidth or something like that. Was he being disingenuous?
It wasn't them. It wasn't PJ Pattis who did it.
He said it was them. He said it was him.
No, it must be somebody else that he was talking about, because it was when Babsy Grange was minister that he actually got his license.
Okay, well, I think he was being disingenuous then.
Oh,
Mr. Patterson, as usual.
So you can go do your checks and see when Nationwide actually became officially a station on radio. And I've been with Cliff Hughes from Cliff Hughes was actually have his show in the night. I've been listening to this man.
Yeah.
So
all right, Barry, and all other guests. It's 2 o'clock. We're gonna leave it here until this afternoon. All right.
Not a problem, neighbor. Hopefully I can join you then, you know.
All right, take care, neighbor. Thanks for having me.
No problem at all.
All right, thank you, neighbor. Good.
Yeah, man. Take care. Take care, everybody. Yeah. So, listeners, that's where we're gonna leave it at this time. We're going to be taking a little break now, and we should be back this evening to start the countdown to the seat countdown. Yeah, seat countdown later. Right about 6 o'clock. Oh, just after 6, we start to see countdown. Casey, are you somewhere there? Because I see you trying to get up, but not seeing him at all, and not seeing Casey. Oh, it's a Saturday in Jamaica. Jamaica girl, are you there? Are you there, Jamaica girl? Oh, JC Lodge on this one. It's a big song, you know. Results will be on this evening. With the results will be on, Kelly. How you doing? You're over in Warren Newby's constituency?
Newby's, no.
Siblings?
Langville Park, Clarendon.
Oh, that's Pernell Charles.
Yes, yes.
Pernell Charles Jr. How are things? Yeah, Casey's here.
I don't really know how things going on because I'm just in. I don't go out there, so I don't know what they are going on without there.
You don't leave your house?
Me not leave my house.
Yeah, but what's happening? Hello, hold on there, Kelly. Hold on, Kelly. Casey, how you doing, sir? How are we staying for later on?
I thought we have an appointment for this morning. I thought it was Saturday morning. I tried to come up a few times.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. I should have, I don't know how
we normally go in the morning on Saturdays, but I've been sending requests. I don't know what happened.
Okay, well, I saw you came up a couple of times, but I don't know what happened. You keep dropping off.
So, what time later? Yes, sir.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Okay. Okay, later at 6.
6 o'clock. All right, cool. And then tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Great.
All right.
All right. So
I am Ximena Castro.
Here you have it, listeners. Jamaica girl, come here. Please come here, Jamaica girl. Jamaica girl calling for you, my dear. Jamaica girl, where you are? Sorry, Hazel? Are you there, Hazel? So Kelly?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, so what are you saying? What's happening?
Well, I don't see anything much going on, you know. I don't see none of them going on with nothing. The road, the rainfall and dig up. We had a few trench here and there, and I don't see none of them going on with nothing.
Do you know your counselor, Kelly? Your counselor?
I think it's Ian Bondswell is one of them.
No, your counselor. Your counselor.
No, I don't know who is my counselor.
Oh my. Well, you don't have to see if you can get to the parish council and see if well, you said you are in Longsville?
Yes,
But you say you don't leave your house, so how you know that?
When I'm coming from church on Sundays.
Oh, I see. All right. You go to which church?
Woldaba, New Testament.
Oh, well, that's great. Well, Kelly, I suspect that you should get some response soon. Hi, my sister. Where are you?
I'm actually in Canada.
In Canada. Oh,
I'm cheering on from Canada.
Cheering on? Who you cheering on?
Cheering on my Labour folks.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, man. Telling all the Labour to tell them neighbor, you know.
Tell them neighbor.
Every neighbor if go out and put the X right beside the bell.
Mr. Warmington Bell.
Well, any bell. Once at the bell.
I see.
Newbie Bell, Warmington Bell.
Yes.
Once them put it beside the bell, it's good.
You want
Wherever they are.
You want the Labour Party to win, ma'am?
No most man, no yes.
Uh-huh. How long you been in Canada, Chandel?
It's been a while, but you know I was there to vote last year for the council's election.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I couldn't make it this time around.
We understand. We understand. Yeah. Well, you can still support what's happening here in Jamaica, you know, ma'am. We have a Get Out the Vote initiative. We could talk to you about that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right. Okay, Jandel and the Green Beans. So, who are the Green Beans, ma'am?
You know, it's just a name. My son give this a name. so I'm just going with it until we change it again.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You are Jandel?
No, I'm Angie.
Oh, and your children are the Green Beans?
Yeah.
All right. They are teachers, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, this was changed by my 9-year-old son.
Oh. You have a 9-year-old son?
I do.
Okay. You sound very mature.
Oh, thank you.
Uh-huh. Yes. Wow. Where's your husband?
He's actually down there.
In Jamaica?
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Well, ma'am, have a great afternoon, okay?
Yes, I look forward to this evening.
Yes, I've sent you a message.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, take care.
All right. Sweetie?
Hey, neighbor. Good evening. How are you?
Where are you, ma'am?
I'm in the United States, in Louisiana.
Louisiana. Look at that. Fantastic.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I'm from Westmoreland, Jamaica.
Westmoreland, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, things that I see now, all of my life growing down there, I've never seen it. Because I in the 90s, I used to jump for PNP with my grandfather, you know.
What are you saying to me?
Yes, we used to jump for PNP. I'm telling you, you're from Jamaica, so you know when they say big yard, you know that a lot of people in the yard.
Uh-huh.
And when my auntie say, me put my ex beside the bell, they say what? Me say yes. And you know that night I couldn't sleep in the house. Me have to sleep. And when my auntie come and say, you make your own choice for your business. Come sleep over me yard. And me say, oh my God, I held them like they separate me. And you know, say, push come to show right now. You can't talk about no PNP in the yard. No PNP you can talk about in the yard, no neighbor. Because then see all what them run up and down, then see if the road, our grandmother sick and we have to use our hand to carry him down the road before the taxi could take her up. Not even road. And Mr. PJ, if you know where Dalistan is to Kiev, I'm telling you, and it never fixed it. I went down there last year and the road coming like a highway to go up there. You could drive the car, go straight in my mother yard now. And I said to her, you know, see, look at it and look how long you know the waste no time. I'm not getting nothing. Nothing. Look at the road now.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, so I'm telling you right now, I have my son and everybody down there and they have 2 cars. I said to them, I said, listen me, I'm not there, but you have to do no part. You have to go out, get the people them in the district. I'm going to get water, drinks and stuff put in the car. So guess what? You're going go in the district, take the people them and carry them go vote. You know who you put in. Yes. And I know, and when I look and see how Westmoreland turn out, I said, people wake up. These people wake up. I'm telling you, these people wake up. They know what they want.
That's what's causing the PNP a lot of pain right now, Westmoreland,
yes.
I tell you.
Come on. Yes, you see people they only talk after what people said, because even the same Savlama hospital, My grandfather died down there, and I was telling somebody, in 2005 when my grandfather died, they forced him to do a surgery, and I tell my mother that, don't make my grandfather do the surgery. So anyway, then do the surgery. I was just a granddaughter. So then do the surgery. Happened that's my grandfather only lived for 3 days, and when he died, and they call us where to send the body, and we tell them. You know, when we go over there for the death certificate at that time, you could not get it because all of that money, we owe them like 60,000 that they said, and they have to pay that all of that money before they could get that body.
My goodness.
Yes,
Wow.
they have to pay off every cent, neighbor, I'm telling you, before they could hand over that death certificate to the
Yes,
to
yes, ma'am. And you know that there were people who stayed home and died because they couldn't afford to pay the fees of hospital, right?
Yes, and it just happened recent again. I have a friend that in the Sablama hospital do a surgery, and it happened that she did not make it. And I'm telling you, not even a cent that the husband paid to get that death certificate. He was handing over free of cost. So I don't know how people come like that. I don't know what these people they're trying.
All right. Phones are ringing here. Phones are ringing. Oh, real talk, neighbor. Stay home and die. Yep, that's true. When there were fees to be paid at the hospital, I know that. Fantastic. Anyway, we have to push on, you know, because we have to prepare for 6 o'clock. So we're gonna have to move. But before we do so, we need to talk to my friend Garfman. Garfman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, neighbor. Are you aware, just only last year, October, my uncle did a surgery at the Spanish Town Hospital. And let me say this to you. He did a surgery to cut off a toe because they had to amputate his toe and he was diabetic. And he spent 2 days in a wheelchair before he get to a bed. And when he died, hold on, and before I go there, are you aware, and I will say this very clear, are you aware I had to call a JLP operative to call, to get help, neighbor? Are you aware of that? I won't call him the operative's name. I had to call a JLP operative, someone who is well connected to the party, and when I call that person, the person getting
No, they have muted Garfman. Well, Garfman, open your microphone, but I would not be aware of that. No,
but I'm just letting you know that. I just want you to be aware of that. And when my uncle eventually died, neighbor, I had to pay money for the doctor to sign the death certificate so I could move along with the funeral. So what that lady is saying in Salvamar, it is still going on today.
That's out of correct.
I want you to understand that. I had to pay money to the doctor to have the doctor pay the money to the doctor in care at the hospital. So I want you to understand that, and anybody who wants evidence of that, I can provide that for you.
And I'm sorry for your loss, sir. I really am.
I just want you to understand that. I just want you to understand that. So when somebody is making a comparison, talk about it to today also.
Yeah. Well, the fact of the matter is that there still remains some work to be done in our health services. There remains work to be done. But thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Later.
Okay. Our listeners, that's it for me. Can't take anybody else. All right. Catch you at 6 o'clock, just after 6 o'clock. Remember, we start the seat countdown at 6 o'clock, so we come there. Oh, on a Saturday.